Good morning, everybody. How is everybody doing today? It is a Sunday. Yes, it is Sunday, early on Sunday, and the day that we do the Stage of Reason here on Bridge the Divide, where I pop over to the over to the Discord server, to the Politics Discord server. Link is in the description, and talk to believers and other people about what they believe and why, and discussing a range of topics that span science and philosophy and a number of other stuff. So yes, there have been some changes around here. It's a bit draftier here in the office, and it's probably because, as you see, i I took the beard off. So yes, I had to take the beard off. So yes, I did take the beard down. Obviously, it is temporary because it will grow back. But I ran into an issue while doing some work that I had to take the beard down. And so, but yeah, it was weird after so many years seeing my face again in the mirror, and it was nice. It also felt like kind of a time for a change because actually, Javers, it wasn't welding. I was in my backyard, like on my property, like out in my back area, what I would call my backyard. I had a shit ton of old chain link that had to be removed, and so I'm out there like clipping that crap and like that, and it actually caught my beard at one point and like grabbed it because it's like old rusted chain link. So but nonetheless, that wasn't the only reason. That was kind of like the deciding factor as to whether or not the beard would come off, like temporarily. And I'll obviously grow it back. That's my intention. I don't plan on going clean shaven again. But the issue being was that, like, the Week in Horror podcast ended recently. So the final episode, we recorded the final episode on September 11th, and the last audio, which was the series finale, also the season 5 finale, went out on the 15th. And so it was so weird because I had the whole week after the series finale, I was constantly I had this like nagging feeling like I was supposed to be doing something, like I needed to get to work, because every single week for the past 5 years, it's been research movies, take notes, write the script, prep everything, and realizing that there was no thumbnails to make, there was no schedule to make, there were no scripts to write, there was no movies to watch, like movies to research for that, and it was just like super super weird. And so it took a little while for that to kind of like wear off. And so, sorry, my computer like just sent me a notification. And no, there were no spiders in my beard, so it was just a matter of I was doing some labor out in the backyard, and I was removing some chain link fence, and some old rusted chain link caught my beard as I was pulling it out. And because this area where there's just tree line, and I was out there like clipping it with using the clippers to clip the crap out, because the trees are old and the chain link is almost as old, and the trees have grown around the chain link, and so I was clipping that crap out of there, and it happened to catch my beard, and it was just like not great. But yeah, so I was on the fence, kind of like needing a change, feeling a change, and then all of a sudden I was kind of like, that seemed to be the tipping point, so I was kind of like, yep, there we go. So, but welcome everybody. If you are new here, I appreciate you being here. This is Sunday, the Sunday of the month. Now, there was another big thing, is that originally this, yeah, it's true. So my beard was as well on the fence. So this, so normally the stage is done every third Sunday, and unfortunately, we missed like the fifth. No, it was supposed to be on the 15th. The 15th was the third Sunday of September. And I was decompressing, and the kind of like the end of Week in Horror, which was 5 years, 5 straight years, never missed a week in 5 years. Like the end of Week in Horror, just the decompression off of that just completely took it out of me. And so I just completely blew right by the 15th and was just like, And so I had to push it to the 22nd. But we will be back on track next month in October when we're back on the 13th of October. So now there's a problem there. It was something that I've just recently encountered, and I will talk about that here in a second. But before we dive into anything, I want to make sure that I say hi to the people that we have here in the chat. Bellywood is here. Bellywood says, as this starts, I'll likely be waiting for a bus in the rain. That's actually a song that I first heard on Welcome to Night Vale, like the second episode of Welcome to Night Vale, waiting on a bus in the rain. So good to see you, Bellywood. Peter Flemberg as well. Good to see you. Half as handsome now because I don't have the beard, but it'll grow back. It'll grow back eventually. But thank you, Peter, for being here. Daniel Cooper as well. Good to see you. Wrote no last name. Gab to you this morning. Good to see you. Vic Lit. Good morning as well. Thank you for being here. Listen, what's in the menu for today? The stage of reason, maybe. And I'll explain that here in just a moment. Like this normal thing where I go over to Discord and I have a guest with me today. As you saw, it's I Killed Earl will be joining me this morning. So, but there may be something I'll explain here in a moment. Ardo Rissanen, good to see you. Ardo says, been a long ass time. Today notifications are working already. Then good to hear. Fantastic. Anonymous Pie, good to see you. Good morning. As well as I Am Jedi 1. Good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Pinworm, good to see you. Mr. Anti-Idiotic says, I post some anti-Trump stuff on my Twitter X account. Hi. Excellent. Very cool. Scott Duke, good to see you. Says the intro music is epic. Now our live stream must be epic. I'll be watching. Thank you so much, Scott. I appreciate you hanging out. Let me see. Oh, it says no, it's early on a Monday, 12:37 a.m. on a Monday. Obviously, you are way over there. Like way over there. But thank you for being here. Javers, good to see you. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Colorado Bikers, hailing in, says howdy bitches, hail Satan, hail Sagan, hail bacon. All three beautiful things. Let me see here. Left-handed Jedi's hanging out. Good to see you. And Left-handed Jedi has gifted 10 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Left-handed Jedi. I appreciate that. Welcome, all you new members. I hope you enjoy all the cool custom emojis I've made for you. And let's see who else we have here. There you go, Daniel Cooper. Throw it out there. Daniel Cooper throwing out those emojis. Awesome. Brenda Crates is here. Good to see you, Brenda. Rasheen as well. Good to see you. So sorry I'm late. My hoodie strings were uneven. I know the feeling. The anxiety of uneven hoodie strings. Let me see. Peter Noddle says, way to steal my thunder at Bridge of the Divide. Sorry about that. It's just like, it's life. Tusk, good to see you. This is what's happening, peeps. Not much, but thank you so much for being here. I think I caught everybody. And Saoirse Red Hair is here. Says hello, everybody. Hey, JL, good to see you. I know. I'm attracting like half the audience because like half of me is gone. It's like like the beard is gone. But what are you gonna do? Left-handed Jedi says, Happy Hobbits Day. And apparently today is also the 85th anniversary of Batman. So, like, that's kind of cool. Batman is 85 years old. Like, the comics, everything is pretty slick. So, 85 years young for the Caped Crusader, the Dark Knight. Aunt Jared says, you missed me. I asked, what in the Ghostbusters happening behind you? Aunt Jared, good to see you. Thanks so much. I apologize for missing you. Says, what in the Ghostbusters happening behind you? There's all kinds of stuff happening. So just because Week in Horror has ended does not mean my office will change. I love my office, and predominantly because not only was this cool for Week in Horror, but I'm a screenwriter by trade. So, and I typically write horror and psychological horror and thrillers and stuff like that. And so all the various cool stuff that I find inspiration from that I love, it's going to decorate my office. One thing that is really, really neat is right there. Where'd it go? No. There we go. Right there is a picture that a listener on the channel, Stephen Lee, I believe it's Lee. I'm going to screw up their last name. Stephen Lee made for me, which I thought was really, really cool. Like that's an original, which is pretty badass, because he's a professional artist. And so he actually made that. So I framed it. So it took the place of Gizmo. Gizmo is now over there. Gizmo is now over in the closet next to Jason. But yeah. So that was cool. But there's all kinds of stuff like, horror stuff, memorabilia, stuff like that. Tusk says, wait, what the fuck happened to your face? I know, right? It's different. It's so different after so many years. of like the beard. The beard got down to like my mid chest. Here's another benefit though. You can finally read my shirts without interference. So there are shirts that I can wear that will not be obstructed, which is really good, which I think is good. Rodell Same says you can see more of his office now that it's not hiding behind his beard. Good point. Good point. Thor Rasmussen is here. Good to see you, Thor Rasmussen. Oh, the green light, the green moving light thing. Okay. So obviously that's Jason, right? Jason Voorhees. So, and it looks like he's underwater because Crystal Lake, so that's the whole point is it looks like he's underwater. That was the effect that I wanted to create. Like, it was the water effect of him being in the lake. So, I am Genesis. I loved one of your shirts so much. I found one like in the scientific method one. Nice. Fuck around and find out. That's the scientific method. Fuck around and find out. So, Andrew, I hope that explains it. Because, yeah, Jason Voorhees in Crystal Lake. It's because the green ripple effect. That's the, underwater. So, this is what it's supposed to be. All right. So, as it currently stands, over on, because we're supposed to be kicking off the stage here in about 10 minutes, here in about 12 minutes. What in the spirit Halloween is going on there? I know, right? So, I thought it was a Ghostbusters effect. Oh yeah, just the water effect, the water ripple effect. So we're supposed to kick off the Stage of Reason, and I Killed Earl will be joining me. We're supposed to kick that off at 10 o'clock. The problem is that the event organizer, Taco, no fault of his own, but apparently it got because I missed the 15th and I had to push it to the 22nd today. I think because of that, I'm not set up as a moderator on the stage. And because Taco is the event organizer, he's the only one who can set me up as a moderator. It's like, that's right. That's how I think it's set up. So if I'm not a moderator, I can't actually start the stage. All I can do is join in as an audience member. And so I'm kind of stuck. So I can't kick the stage off on politics without Taco setting it up. I have messaged him multiple times. I started messaging him at 9 o'clock and have not heard back. I messaged the mods over at Politics and haven't heard anything back from them as well. So I don't know if we're going to get to do the Stage of Reason like we normally do, like every third Sunday. And it's my fault for missing on the 15th. If I'd been here on the 15th and I'd actually done it like I was supposed to do it, then we would have had it and there wouldn't have been a problem. I wouldn't have to worry about the shit. However, because I have a guest, and we're not going to miss out on having the amazing I Killed Earl here on the channel, I do have backup prepared. So I do have some backup prepared in order to that we can chat about before we do this. Sorcerer Raider says, thank you for making my work bearable with the Weekend Horror live shows that I've listened to with my headphones on. Sadly, I've lost my job 2 months ago, but I'm here for the fun. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. That sucks. Work economy is just a bitch right now, especially in software and anything computer related. It just sucks. My wife works in security, so in like cybersecurity. So it's just, the market is just atrocious. But I hope you find something. I hope you land something solid. But thank you so much for hanging out, Sorcerer. I do appreciate that. And good luck on the job hunt. So, weather is a little funky. So I'm hoping, I don't know if you saw the light dim a little bit. Hopefully we don't lose the stream. Hopefully we don't lose the stream. But just in case, in the next 10 minutes, we don't have that, I do have backup as to what we can do for what we can do in case I cannot start the Stage of Reason over on the Politics Discord. It's no fault of the Discord itself. It just didn't get set up. I think, it's my fault for not being here. Had I been here, it would have been okay. So I am going to send a message to Earl. So I can make sure that they are good to go and not just sitting in the Politics Discord all by themselves. So how have y'all been? I know that content has been sparse. I've made a few appearances here and there on somehow I got drawn into Irish Demons drama with not Irish Demons drama, but the drama that Irish Demon is a part of with Coded. somehow I got drawn into that, so I've made some appearances there, and people dropping my name like it's going to actually have any kind of an effect. And here and there, and I showed you did some stuff with Jefferson Spatchcock and a couple of and Justin over at how have I lost his forgot the name of his channel. Yes, Daniel Cooper, taco as in breakfast tacos. Yes, that's who I'm talking about. So, but we got to do we actually did a really cool thing where we reviewed the trailer for the fifth God's Not Dead movie, and so that was a lot of fun. If you haven't seen that, that's over on his channel. I don't even know. Skeptic Spin. Thank you, Pragmatic Crystal. Where is my brain this morning? So, but Skeptic Spin, Jefferson Spatchcock, and myself, we did a little get together and we reviewed the fifth trailer for God's Not Dead. So I did that, and iKiller says, "Gasp! You shaved." Yes, I did. I did. I had to take it down. It's not obviously. It's never going. I promise you, it will never be clean shaven, ever. It won't. But I had to take it down. So yeah. But yeah. So I've been doing a couple things here and there. It says, when are you going to cover Daily Disciple? Daily Disciple. That's obviously you. Let me see here real quick. See if I'm familiar with them because I have so many things. There was a reason. So I remember. I think I remember. Oh yeah, I remember looking. I remember looking at this. This dude's a complete tool. I fueled Christian outrage. It's time to make a sacrifice. Deleting YouTube. God. Okay. He's the one that has all the things written on the spiral, and he holds it up. That's his thumbnails. I've never taken the time to dive into his content. Never taken the time to dive into it, but now I see it, and if he's got something interesting to cover, then I'll be happy to cover. Like if he wants to provide evidence, see that's the big that's the big key. That's like one of the big keys. Christian content channels, predominantly are going to focus on just making claims within the hermeneutics of their denomination. So, and going onto a Christian channel and arguing hermeneutics with them is, for lack of a better word, pointless. Hey Jeff C, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here this morning. Earl, I sent you a video, or I sent you a link. So Earl, I sent you a link. So I'll explain a link to the StreamYard to here. So just to let you know, take your time. Take your time. No rush. But she wasn't rushing at all. So good morning. Good morning. How are you?
I have very significant trauma around men shaving their beards, so I'm still a little freaked out, but it's all gone, so I'll survive. When I was a wee tot, my mom sent me to get my dad out from. He plays in the basement. He rebuilds Volkswagens and does all kinds of shit down there. So she wanted me to go tell him it was time for dinner. And generally, my dad's routine is that he gets he gets comes home, grabs a beer, and then stop. My camera's freaking out. He comes home, he grabs a beer, he goes upstairs, he comes back downstairs, and then he goes down into the basement. And so, like, I don't even see him for so there's like hours there where like I know he's home, but like I don't see him. So I go downstairs to tell him that dinner's ready, and he's nearly clean shaven, and I thought there was a stranger in the house. Scream bloody murder, ran upstairs, like big tears, the whole thing. My ex-husband, I was laying there, we were sort of laying and just snoozing or whatever. I was like, I've never seen you without a beard. And I just didn't really think about it again. And then he gets up and he's in the bathroom for a while, and I'm like, he's taking a shit. Like, what is going on? And I'm like mostly back asleep, and it's dark, and so and then he goes, And I flee on the lights, and he's like, I didn't know he had all that chin under there. Every time I looked at him, I'd burst into tears. It was like 3 weeks that I would like just instant tears. It was just hysterics. The whole I can't
Yeah.
handle it.
It's different. What was interesting is my dogs, because my dogs, both of them rescues, only have never known me with a beard.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I took everything down and I came out of the bathroom and neither one of them reacted. Neither one of them cared. They're
Not,
like, whatever. It's like, okay, so I guess they know me
there's
either
still
way. So
enough fuzz on your face that it's it's
yeah,
still.
yeah. It was a combination of two things. Like I needed a kind of change after the end of Week in Horror. So the podcast recently ended. We had our series finale, and
Mhm.
the decompression of that was more than I was anticipating. It was kind of like as it was kind of like letting it go.
Yeah.
And I realized I was having this feeling, like I needed to change something. And then
Mhm.
I was out in the back area of my property, and I was doing some work I was removing some old chain link fence that had been stuck there for forever. I was clipping it out like that, and a section of chain link of rusty old chain link that I pulled out of the ground grabbed my beard, and I was like, crap. So it was down to my chest, and I was
Mhm.
like, okay, I think that's it's like
That's it.
I it's made up my mind. I'm gonna go ahead and just take it down. I'm gonna regrow it out. It was just interesting to see it,
Yeah.
to be like, everyone's like, your teeth are so much bigger than I thought they were. So it was kind of like, yeah, but
I didn't realize my
nonetheless,
ex-husband had this like enormous chin under there. I was like, put that away. Put that back.
but yeah, so it's a little strange. Tony Regime says,
Yeah.
"Oh, that's scary, a naked jail chin."
Naked
Yeah,
chin.
almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. But it'll grow back quicker than people realize. It'll because it grows like a weed. But it was so weird. You taking the scissors and being like, and it was like this. Growing out a beard that length, I now have more sympathy for women who grow their hair long, for people who grow their hair, because I never could grow my hair like my
I
hair
had
hair
a
long.
Kewpie cut, like a
Mm.
full pixie, like shaved up the back and everything. I had that for years because my ex-husband tried to use my hair as a weapon, so I got rid of one of his weapons. Um, you know,
Damn.
trauma. And so for years and years, I kept my hair really, really short. And then when I finally got away from him and finally felt safe, I
Mhm.
grew it back out, and then it was long, as most of the internet saw. And then I don't know what happened. I went to trim it, and then 7 inches were gone.
And then it just keeps
And
going. Just
and
like,
and
nah,
three
nah.
3 hours in the well, I get really bad. Like I go into the bathroom and I'm like I pick at things, and like all of a sudden hours will have gone by and I have no, like, it feels like 5 minutes. And so I'm sitting there just like trimming and doing the thing. I'm and there's nothing. I
I
had
definitely,
cut all of it off.
I get it.
Well,
Jafer says, I get it. I like having long hair, but it always got
mhm.
in the way, and tying it gives me a migraine. So now I have a mohawk. Cool. I've actually considered that, doing like just up the
That's
middle.
yeah.
Just
That's yeah.
I've considered
I
that.
did it in a little faux hawk in the
I don't know
um.
if I have the head for a mohawk. I really don't. But just to like do like the stripe up here.
I have a
So
very flat head. I was I was born with my umbilical cord wrapped around my neck, so my mother was filleted from hip bone to hip bone because I was dying, and so they were like, "Get her out."
small
So I
world,
didn't.
small world. That
So I
happened to
didn't
me as well.
really.
Shit,
That's
you not.
crazy. Very
That's one
small
of the
world.
stories my mother tells me about. Is like when I came out, because she just, despite that, I was still birthed naturally, and
Yeah,
so when I came out, I was slate gray.
yeah. I
Just
was
gray,
purple.
and
Yeah.
just yeah. And so the doctor, my doctor, Dr. Molnar,
Hmm.
pulls me out and had me up by my feet, and I'm just like, and then did the whole thing that they do. It's like
Uh-huh.
a pow, it's like that. Well, he hit me once, and nothing
Hmm.
happened.
Mm.
And then he hit me again, and then it was like the third time. And he hit me hard enough. My mother was like, "Oh, why are you striking the infant like that?"
Right.
And just popped right back, boom. And then like in, she said it was so weird to go from like the slate gray color to like pink, just like
Pink. Yeah.
like this. And then, but yeah, that happened.
Yeah. I was a month late too.
Oh
Um,
wow,
I was still only like 7 pounds, I think 8 ounces or something. So I was like a normal sized kid, but I was just really snuggly in there. Um, Super comfy. I still don't like change. don't fuck with my environment, you know, like
It's like it's
I'm
time
a
to push.
nester.
It's time to
Yeah.
push.
No, I'm good.
I'm
I'm
no,
also
I'm
an
good.
antinatalist, which is really fucking hilarious. I didn't even want to be born. Like, legitimately did not want to be born. Like, nope,
No,
I'm
I'm not
here.
liking it
I'm
out
good.
here. Not
Yep,
liking
it's
it out here.
snuggly. It's warm. I don't have to hear anything. It's fabulous. Don't have that sensory overload bullshit. But yeah, so
Azo64,
I
good to
came
see
out
you.
like laughing because I was a month delayed. So I came out, and as soon as they pinked me up, then I was giggling because I was already a month ahead of what I was like normal. So all of those things like potty training was took about 5 minutes, like all that kind of shit. So yeah, it kind of it affected a lot of my growth as I went through my younger years, like until I got to kindergarten.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Oh, I see Bob Nodell's gyroscope. Yes, Bob Nodell's gyroscope is here. Good to see you, bud. Hope everything's still
So
swinging at 15 degrees per hour. He says, "What the actual fuck bridge the divide is like." I know, right? It's a big change. It is. It's a change. I knew it was going to be kind of shocking. People were gonna, like half the audience is probably going to see it, not gonna show up and be like, "Not until the beard is back." And it's like, but nonetheless, I have a lot of cool shirts that you'll be able to read now when I'm doing my content, like this one.
I was
You couldn't see this because my beard was in the way,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
so, but yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So cool. Like, but I appreciate you hanging out, Earl. Azo says, "Earl, you aren't normal." Newsflash. Who
Not
wants
news to
to
me.
be? See,
Right?
but that's the crazy
Awfully
thing,
boring.
because those who are not typical, those who are atypical for whatever area that atypical is, if everybody is atypical, then atypical becomes the typical, and then that's the
We have to
weird.
out weird everybody. Yeah,
Right,
it's
exactly. Just
and
has to
then and
keep
then you
getting
get to
weirder
be
and weirder.
right. Yeah, then you get to be one of those people and like
So
calm it down,
where are we
calm it
currently at? It is
down.
it is 10:03, and normally we would kick off the Stage of Reason right now, but I invited you over to my channel to be on camera because I don't currently have mod access on the stage, and so if I popped over there, I could not start it. So
Mhm,
we would literally just be sitting in the audience, and I wouldn't have a stage to start. I have contacted Taco, who's the event organizer, to try and fix it,
mhm.
but we're not currently there. But I do have something set up in between. So just in case, because I had to figure that this might be a problem, we do have something in the pipe. I always have backup just in case. Bob Nodell's Aeroscope says,
I'm here
yeah,
for the
still
ride.
spinning. Oh, fuck yeah. Out normaling everyone is a challenge. It's true. It is true. It is a challenge. Yeah, Anonymous Spy, you're unique, just like everybody else.
Everyone else. Yep.
Everybody is a unique snowflake, and ultimately all made out of water.
A little
So,
protein.
what is this? Vic Lit says, "What's with all these beard apologetics? Jail's rocking it. It's a good change." Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. I think everybody. I think a lot of people are on there are a lot of people that are on the fence, like my beard was, about whether or not they dig it or not. It's going to take some getting used to. I know, but I will say this.
It has its own personality.
Right, but I will say this. I am going to
Mhm.
enjoy not having to worry about eating so carefully. So I'm going to enjoy that aspect and not getting like stuff. I
The
found
things I don't even think about. That's
right. I was like like
funny.
because in the mornings I really like Greek yogurt and granola to kick my day off. It's fantastic and it's just a good way to start. And I have to worry because it's Greek yogurt. It's yogurt, so I have to and make sure that my beard is clear, And sometimes when I'm having a snack, I typically will eat almonds or peanuts. I have found them in my beard, a la Jack Sparrow. Peanut. It's like I've done that, and it's like now I don't have to worry about that. Oh, I knew it was going to happen.
Did
Shiz
you
is
did
here.
you
Good to
ever
see you, Shiz. Oh, she says, "Excuse me, where is your
you're
beard,
late.
sir?" It
Have
ran
you ever
away.
read The Twits from Roald Dahl? It was a very short
Prob-
book that Roald Dahl did. The Twits.
Probably long ago.
Yeah, it's an old one, obviously. But it. Every time I see a guy with a big beard, it just the cartoon that was drawn, it has all these little bits of food and stuff sticking out, and he's like, getting a little snacky here and there,
Oh, Azen says, I want to know where the beard critters live now. Not here, somewhere else, until it grows back. Source said, honestly, I thought another spider had invaded, and you fought off with the beard. Okay, I don't know if you know about that story, right? Why because I cut the beard off once before, and the reason I cut the beard off once before is okay. So I'd grown it out once before, and then I cut it all down, and then I grew it out again. And so the reason I cut it the first time is because I woke up one morning. I live very rurally. And so the two things that we have a lot of around here are wolf spiders and brown recluse spiders, like lots everywhere. And so, yeah. And so I woke up one morning with what I think is a brown recluse spider in my beard that had crawled into my beard. So I woke up and was like,
Nope.
I felt something like moving. And I was like, what the fuck? And then was like, oh, I think there's something in my beard. So I grabbed and I just pulled and like spider parts came out in my hand. And I was like, that's a no. It's like, that's a nope sandwich. And so
nobody nope. All the nopes.
Yes, apparently, yes, Jay versus the beard was haunted. Yeah, apparently it was, but I had a spider in my beard, and I was like, I think I recognized those legs as a brown recluse spider, but I think that was a brown recluse that crawled up into my beard, and because we have them all over the place, it was during their mating season because we get them in the house, right?
Yeah.
So I killed like 20, 30 of them here in my office alone. Because if they get in the house, I have to get rid of them. Can't let them run free. We let the wolf spiders run free because they eat brown recluses. So, but nonetheless, wolf spiders do a great job.
Two that I keep in the corner that my dog knows not to play with them, and they just and then I vacuum up their little husks every once in a while, and I tidy up their dinner plate, and then they keep all the cooties away. So
Tux TV says Earl just got a healthy dose of sphincter pucker.
I pulled up some of my chair. Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah. Don't want a brown recluse bite on the face. Roto says JL will wake up in the middle of the night with his beard standing over him. No, the beard has been disposed of, and or has been exercised. Burnt, and the ashes scattered over many different places. So, like a vampire, it cannot return.
Christ compels you.
You separate it into parts, burn it into ash, then spread the ashes. So Vic Liz says, oh my goodness, I'd never go near another long beard again. That's a major courage on JL's part. Sorcerer says, I have the little jumping spiders, but we don't have them here in the Netherlands. So we have jumping spiders here. We have cellar spiders as well. So daddy long legs, for those who don't know, but we have those. We have plenty of those. But the two big ones, we have like tons of brown recluses and tons of wolf spiders. The wolf spiders are rabid wolf spiders, so the ones that get about that big.
Yeah.
So we have like the massive ones that pretty much permeate the entire field out in the back. I should call it a field. That's what it is. And the brown recluses typically stick around the house. I know that they nest up in the attic, up there in the attic space. So I know that they probably nest up there, but I never go up there. So there's nothing up there. So I know they're up there most likely. But the wolf spiders typically handle them. So
we get the little wolf spiders, not the great big ones, but we get black widows. They live in all of the water meters. You turn those things over, and there's a whole it's moving, and then we get brown recluses. My chinchilla, back when she was alive, just kept barking and barking and barking. They have this funny little, they go squeakum, 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 and it's this little bark that they do. And then when they're distressed, they go squeakum, 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 squeakum. And she kept doing it over and over again. And I was trying to go to sleep. I was like, what is going on? And so I was like, okay, if she does it one more time, I'm getting up and seeing there's got to be something going on. It's like squeakum, 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 squeakum. So I get up. I go and I turn on the kitchen light. There's a brown recluse right across the kitchen floor. I was like, she was trying to tell me, danger, danger, Will Robinson. Squeakum, 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 squeakum.
See, Tony Regime says, our puppy caught a spider, and a friend who was visiting asked if she'd caught it, and she jumped on his lap and dropped it on him. Never seen him jump like that before. That's amazing. My
There's those
blackmouth
little ones that make a little zipper in the middle of their web too. I don't remember what those ones are called, but
orb
they're
weaver. That's an orb
this.
weaver. Orb
Yeah, they're like
weavers.
this big and they're
Yeah.
gorgeous.
Yeah.
In my apartment complex, in virtually every single, there's the little like covered carports that you can pay extra for or whatever, and in all of the corners of them is their nests, or like sometimes they go all the way to the ground and go from either side, and just the whole face of is a whole web, and there's this spider sitting like right there and just kind of just sort of hanging out. They're super chill, just
Oh yeah,
real calm.
orb weavers are badass.
Yeah, they're wonderful to have around.
And there's tons of them around here as well, but typically they keep themselves to like big dense agricultural areas. So in the farming areas, you'll find them all over the place. So,
I was
but orb
surprised to
weavers are
find them in the
cool.
city. I had them at my parents' house. I grew up on the Outer Banks, and I wouldn't say it's rural. It's not rural, but it's just different out there. And they're kind of tucked into the woods with the live oaks and all that pine and shit. But they sit. There's a set of bulkheads that because the garage goes down and then there's two tiers, and so there's a set of bulkheads, and so it's a bright sunny, like it goes and just cooks 90 degrees, and every 3 feet there's another set of webs, and the bunch of little ladies just all sit out there. And when I was a kid, I used to like catch bugs and throw them in the webs for them.
Sweet,
I was a weird little kid.
But yeah, so interesting stuff. Oh yeah, Peter Noddle says you want spiders, come to Australia. Yeah, we're aware.
Yeah,
Sydney funnel web, redbacks. Yeah, definitely.
Right. No, you can keep them.
All right. So, given that I have not heard from Taki yet, it is now 10:13, almost 15 past the hour, and I have not been able to start the stage. I will get that fixed with him. Maybe he'll message me back. But like I said, I have something in the works. Now, I have something planned for this job backup just in case. Now, that's why I wanted to invite you over, because while normally we would be talking to believers about what they believe and why, and over on the Discord channel. Recently, Planet Peterson, if you're not familiar with his channel, Planet Peterson is a really, really good dude and does some really, really fantastic stuff. Good, great atheist content. And typically he goes on TikTok and engages with people there. Like he'll open up a stage on TikTok and he'll like record his conversations with people there. But he was invited over to Standing for Truth to have a debate with Kent Hovind. To debate Kent Hovind on debate Kent Hovind on the truth of evolution. And
sounds interesting.
I asked Eric over Planet Peterson. I asked Eric if it was okay if I could do a review of his debate, because it is now I only caught bits and pieces. I've only caught parts of it because I wasn't able to be there during the live stream. I did ask a question though. I towards the end during the Q&A, I did ask a question. So that's going to be in there too. So I do interact with the debate at one point, but I didn't get to see the whole thing. I've only seen parts. Angel Rivera's here, says, what up, everybody? Who is the guy in jail's office? I don't know. Some evil doppelganger. The Negaverse it's the mirror version of me. Like Star Trek, how they all had evil goatees. This one does not have a good. That's the whole point. It's the mirrorverse. And yes, Arthur says, "I'm not." Yes, Kent, I'm not prepared for that Hovind. Absolutely.
I love young Earth creation, anti-evolution debates. So bring it on.
Awesome. So I downloaded it, and it's fairly long, so we may be here for a moment because there might be some moments to laugh here. But
I got
the
all day
audience as well before we
get
into the first opening statement.
There we go. All right, so this is taken directly from Planet Peterson's channel. I did not pull it from SFT because SFT is a little touchy about people grabbing their content. So, but this is from Peter. This is from Eric's channel, and Eric, gave me permission to do a review on this. So, thank you, Eric. Big thanks for the permission to review this, and I hope that y'all enjoy this. So, this should be a lot of fun. This is Planet Peterson versus. He's not a doctor, obviously. Kent Hovind over on Standing for Truth.
I don't even like to.
I'll go over that for the audience as well before we get into the first opening statement.
Yeah, just the only important part is when you're being cross-examined, you can't answer questions with questions.
Yeah,
They
so
do they do that in court all the time.
You would know.
I had to leave that in there.
Eric,
Just thank you, Eric. Thank you.
What a
And the
way to
ti-
start. Oh,
the,
that
ti-
is
the
chef's
timing on
kiss.
it was
Excellent.
just was Comedy Central, like comedy hour time. Just like it's like you would know, good sir. All right, I had to leave his intro in there because it was so good. He left it just burn. Yeah. Oh, so good, so good.
we are going to hand it over to you now. And again, you have up to 10 minutes for an opening statement. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So countless times I've seen Kent ask questions that he believes pose a challenge to evolution. You know, why this? Why that? So let's say that hypothetically, Kent asks a question that somebody does not have an answer for. What is Kent's answer going to be? If it is a how question, how did something happen, this, that, or the other?
Like a mechanistic
Kent's answer will be
question,
God did it. It's not how God did it. It's just the claim that God did it. If it's a why question, Kent will say the same sort of thing, because God did it. That's not an answer or even an attempt to make an argument. It's simply a conclusion given in desperation. So I promise that tonight Kent will not give a single answer or reason or explanation for anything that we discuss. Kent will only give us his conclusions. Hopefully at a few turns, if Kent's honest, he will at least say, I don't know. But the problem is the God hypothesis is fundamentally useless, which is the alternative explanation to evolution by natural selection and therefore common descent, which is the topic of our debate tonight.
That's true. He's 100% on. It provides. There's no mechanistic. There's no explanation of the mechanistic relationship between the God that's being asserted and the actual phenomenon that we see. It's just an assertion, just a claim. It doesn't provide anything. And even if we start from that, because we cannot connect the two, we are unable to actually determine, what if any form of relationship it has to the mechanism behind these things. So
right, it's unfalsifiable, so it's next to useless.
And I think it's even better demonstrated in the fact that even if a Christian is able to, and this is shown by Christian evolution, like I guess evolution accepting Christians or Christian evolutionists or whatever, and what a naturalistic Christians, whatever they want to call themselves, is that they've accepted that evolution is true because it is, and because they understand it, so they accept it as true, and then they understand that the hypothesis of abiogenesis is the most likely case, and they simply the God category is the thing that they can simply move back one step to being like, because of that lack of a relationship, that lack of a mechanistic relationship. They're just saying, oh, well, the mechanism of abiogenesis and the mechanism of evolution, which is natural selection, organic chemistry and natural selection, those are the means by which the God does these things. And so the God, you could just keep moving it back one square. It just goes back one to encompass the truth that we've already uncovered. And so the truth that we understand. So it just keeps, and that's why it's useless. And something that Kent will never be able, I don't think Kent will ever be able, I don't think he'll be able to grasp that. So.
No, and it just violates Occam's razor, and because like we have the answer, we don't need the God did the thing and the that you can't prove anyway. And I was having a little back and forth with a flat earther in a modern day debate. I had a flat earth debate. I am a sucker for punishment. I know. So it's my guilty pleasure. Okay, just let me have it. But I love getting in the chat and just kind of pushing some of these. Some of them are just they're completely like Kent. They're just they're stuck in their grift. They're not gonna listen to anything you have to say. But sometimes if you read between the lines, you can get one that you can poke a few holes in their logic, and so I like to go after
Right.
those. And he was trying to do this. Well, what makes the atmosphere stay in? Gravity. And I was like, yes, honey, it's gravity. And so he was like, okay, well, you just believe what you were taught in school. And I was like, well, yeah, that's what education is for. So he's like, well, you believe that what you were taught in school, and I just believe that God did it. It's like, okay, but I can prove that gravity exists. Can you prove that your God exists? And it was like,
right. Dan Shire says, "Do I see Jail's chin? What is this world coming to?" I know it's the end. It's the fucking end times. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. They predicted the end times would be back on the 18th. My bad. And apparently we missed that one as well. So yeah, the predictions of the end of the world are still coming. But good to see you. Good and good to see you. I think Jeff C just popped in. Good to see you, Jeff C. And Robin Webster.
Missing Mod.
And Missing Mod. Good to see you, Missing Mod. Thanks so much for being here. Bellywood says, hit the like button if you're a hard determinist and you have no choice. Exactly, Oh, I think let me make sure I didn't miss anybody because we had some people pop in. So I think I caught everyone.
Ooh,
awesome. Okay, cool.
10 memberships.
Oh, Left-Handed Jedi gifted another 10 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Left-Handed Jedi. All you new members, enjoy all the emojis that I've made for you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. Let's pop back over. So yeah, Eric here is right on point, pretty much breaking down Hovind's position, why it's wrong, why it doesn't work, why it doesn't offer anything, and how he's just operating. Essentially, he's just operating from a logical fallacy, which is just begging the question.
Indeed.
Nitty says, Bridges Divide, your beard is better than Jesus. It'll come back in our lifetime. Yes, it will. Yes, it will.
Well done. Yes. Very well.
The God hypothesis can't answer any questions. And we know this because a God, the type of God Kent believes in, could have done literally anything. It has supposed unlimited abilities. So did God create the world billions of years ago? That's absolutely a possibility. God could have done that. What about only 6,000 years ago? God could certainly have done that as well. God could have created the whole world an hour before this debate began. Kent thinks that the Bible proves that the answer is 6,000 years and that evolution doesn't take place and every organism was created pretty much as we see them today.
That's because Kent believes that it is a logical impossibility for the Bible to, or he's been convinced, he believes that it is a logical impossibility. It is logically impossible for the Bible to be wrong. That's his mindset. That's one of the initial foundational starting points that he has. One of the foundational points that he has is that the Bible is inerrant. It cannot be wrong. And so therefore the evidence that we have must be interpreted through that light. So despite the fact that the Bible openly contradicts itself consistently many times within the text. So
can we speed this up just a little bit?
I think I can. Can I improve playback speed? Let me see here. I may have to do that over on. Well, I'm not streaming it. I'm just playing it directly from a video that I downloaded. I'm playing it from YouTube.
Gotcha. Okay,
but that's just question begging.
I'll pay attention better.
According to Kent, Genesis is literal. The genealogies are reliable. And the beginning of everything goes back 6,000 years.
Right.
If that's true, then there must be evidence, but there is zero evidence. For example, we can see billions of light years. That's really all you need to establish that claim is false. So it's over right there. Kent will say something like, if God created a mature Adam, then he can create a mature-looking universe, but that's not an explanation, it's a conclusion. If there was a way to date the universe, and the universe is 6,000 years old, then the only acceptable answer is 6,000 years. But since that's not what happened, now what we have to do is invent from nothingness the claim that God just did it that way and created a very young universe that is billions of light years across. And there's no evidence for that. It's just that Kent has to say that because that's the only way to preserve the conclusion that he already had.
He'd also have to explain why it looks that way, that if it is 6,000 years old, why does it have the appearance of being older? That doesn't make any sense, because that's in that right there. If the God is, if the God doesn't have to reference anything external of itself to determine what it can do, and it creates the system, any logically possible system, the way it creates it. So it created the system. The system's only 6,000 years old, but it has the appearance of being billions of years old. Then that is an obvious deception baked in from the start. So why is that? Why is there a deception baked in from the very beginning before there's even an agent to look around and see everything? Very strange.
It's not an explanation. It's not an argument. It's not predicated on evidence. It's just an assertion. Now, I said all of that, but I don't want this topic is not about, the age of the universe or anything like that. I only draw out that example as a way to explain the problem that we have here. So tonight, I hope that we only talk about biological evolution from this point on. I just give that example to illustrate the fallacy in Kent's reasoning. So at no point tonight do I believe that Kent will use data to support what he believes in, apart from claiming that frogs give birth to frogs, as if that disproves evolution, which it does not. At no point will Kent be able to give an explanation for how or why God did anything. So it's just literally useless, whereas evolution has made successful predictions and has passed every single test that's ever come up. And we even use evolution, or the concepts, the principles of evolution today, to do things like groundbreaking medical research. So it's incredibly useful.
Medicine, agriculture, and animal husbandry.
A lot of science, such as gravitational waves, is pretty much incomprehensible to almost everybody. But it's only flat earthers that say stuff like it's fake. Kent has no problem with much of science, maybe even most science, but he claims evolution isn't science. It is, it's just that he has to say that because the evidence is overwhelming. Evolution, genetics, paleontology, geology, these fields all operate in accordance with the exact same scientific method that any of you watching, myself, or Kent, we all take for granted all the time. Like, I don't even know how a microwave or a computer or a cell phone works, but I don't go around assuming that it's magic or claiming that it's fake or anything like that. Kent will call these things religions, which is just, it's almost too stupid to even deserve a response. And
this always drives me insane. Because they're really, what they're doing by calling this a religion, they don't realize that they're doing it, but they're insulting their own beliefs. They're trying to put our science on the same plane as their religion, and it's bringing it down, not picking it up.
As Forrest Valkai constantly points out, it is a silent consent, or was it or concession as to how bad their methodology is. Exactly. Is what they're saying by trying to drag science down to their level. Like, I don't understand how my microwave works, so the fact that I believe that it works is a religion. That's just it just goes to show how bad they're. So Eric's right on point here. Eric's intro is perfect.
Yep. But what I will say is that these fields of science, they make zero appeals to the supernatural. So not only are they not religions, but they by definition can't be religions.
And you have to demonstrate that such a thing is accessible in order to say that it is a part of the explanation. So, like, the problem with supernatural is that the minute, if you assert a supernatural explanation, and then whatever it is like there, the minute it becomes a part of the solution, like we can demonstrate it, it helps to explain it, it becomes natural, because we have to be able to have access to that thing, mind independently, to say that is a thing that provides that is a cog in that mechanistic explanation for a particular phenomenon. If you're saying
you can quantify it, then it's
exactly, it becomes natural. Now. It becomes natural and is no longer a part of the supernatural realm. So you have to. It's kind of like it's in this special little category all its own that can never be touched, and is constantly moving out of the way to avoid scrutiny.
Yeah,
most dishonest shit possible, and a lot of them. And a lot of these individuals will say that we are assuming we're starting with the assumption of naturalism. And they simply make that claim because they don't understand how science is done, that we work with what we have access to. We are not presuming, we're not making the assumption of naturalism or physicalism or materialism. We are saying all we have access to determine an actual mechanistic relationship to phenomenon is the natural. We don't start with the assumption that a thing exists. We're not going to say, well, we don't have access to it. We can't test it. We don't know but we're still going to assume that it exists in order to provide an explanation for a phenomenon. That's not how science works. It doesn't make the assumption, simply saying, yeah, there are asserted possibilities, but we can't access them or test them. So why would we include them in the explanation until someone can demonstrate that it exists in order to provide, a connection to that thing? And they'll try and turn that around and make that look bad. Same thing as dragging it down to their level.
Ever. And then the final real quick point is that Kent actually believes in evolution, and Kent believes in natural selection. Because Kent believes that thousands of years ago, an event that wiped out almost all life on Earth happened. And then today, all of the species we see today, which were not present on that ark, are the result of evolution and natural selection. Now, we disagree about how far it goes, and today we will be going over the evidence. I'm sure in Kent's cross-examinations, he'll be asking questions where that evidence will be relevant and get brought up. But for now, that's where things stand. That's my opening statement.
All right. Thank you very much, Eric, for that opening statement. Our first opening statement for tonight's
This feels like the part of the roller coaster where we put our hands up.
Joining us, we will be doing an audience Q&A once we're done with the main portion of tonight's debate. So please, if you do have a question, make sure you're sending those in. Challenges, objections, perhaps as well. We'll interact with those. Okay, Kent, we're going to hand it over to you now, and you have up to 10 minutes for an opening statement. Go ahead.
Yeah, Peter did a really good job.
Thank you so much. Tonight we're going to see that we live in two different worlds. There's the real world, things we can observe, study, test, and then there's the world of imagination called Planet Peterson. We've already demonstrated some of that tonight in his opening. He has a wild imagination, and we shall see. In the real world, cows have baby cows. That is what we call science. It's
He just fucking did what Peterson said he was going to.
Called it. And he only has one script. There's just the one, and the same PowerPoints as he's been using for 25 years.
Vegetable is demonstrable. That's the definition of science. On Planet Peterson, cows came from an amoeba over billions of years with slow, gradual changes that you have to imagine happening long ago. We never observe an amoeba produce anything other than amoeba.
You didn't observe your God create anything. That's the whole point. But we have predictive modeling, so.
But he thinks an amoeba slowly, over billions of generations, changed into a cow and everything else. Today, there are, in the real world, 450 breeds of cows that farmers recognize, 4 different basic types: dairy, beef, dual purpose. Probably all the cows had a common ancestor called a cow. See, in the real world, somebody with the time and interest could probably make a family tree where all the cows came from an ancestor, which would be a cow.
Well, technically, you take that back far enough, no, it would not be recognizable as a cow today, because that would not be it. As a matter of fact, I'd have to look it up. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. Likely someone like Forrest Valkai will know what that common ancestor was, like hundreds of millions of years ago with the common ancestor. Just like Gutsick Gibbon understands the common ancestor between all of the members of the primates, the common ancestor of all primates, but it would not look anything like a cow. It would not be recognizable as that.
But in the imaginary world of Planet Peterson, cows are related to frogs and fish and kitty cats, and they're all related. On Planet Peterson, hoofed animals like cows are related to butterflies and bees and frogs.
Because it's if you go back far enough, yes, and it's literally phylogenetics. It's not that hard. It is phylogenetics. Okay, and that word, like, I've never heard Kent say that word, because
I don't think you can pronounce it.
Yeah, phylogenetics. Right. That's funny that you bring that up. Keep that in mind. What you just said. Keep that in mind. I'm just going to say that.
This is the imaginary world that he lives in, folks. These charts that they make, these family trees, are pure imagination. It's fun, boys and girls. Just imagine on Planet Peterson, all you have to do is imagine slow, gradual changes in the gene code. And you can change an amoeba to a cow and a butterfly and a frog. Just imagine. That's all this is, folks. It is certainly not science, what he believes. Okay, it's a religion. See how easy it is? Turn an amoeba to a cow? Just imagine it. Okay? Boys and girls, on Planet Peterson, we don't waste a lot of time trying to find a scientific answer to where our planet came from, or where time came from,
Nothing
or
to do
space,
with
or
evolution.
matter and all energy came from,
Matter.
or how that first amoeba just made itself out of the rock soup. He wants to bypass all of that. Those are essential steps for his religion to be considered as part of science.
And so if anybody out there, I see that, with other people watching, if anybody is a believer in like this is one of the key things that Kent often does, is that he will, he will basically he paints these fields, these specific scientific fields. He's covering evolution, abiogenesis, or origin of life, abiogenesis, cosmology,
which is them all together. Yeah,
all of it. He's painting them with such incredibly broad strokes. Like normally we'd say like a science communicator would be able to communicate complex topics very, very simply so people could grasp them. He's doing them like beyond dishonestly. Like when he's saying like an amoeba became a cow. Okay, well, there's a lot of shit in between the two of those things. And number one, like amoebas, as we understand them today, did not exist then.
Right.
So that's like dishonest in and of itself. But then he's like made itself out of the rock soup. There is like 5 or 6 scientific papers that Kent is referring to when he makes that statement. That's where his dishonesty is, and then he takes these out. Like there's this one particular one, like. Matt Powell does the same crap. There's this one deal is like, you owe your life to rocks. It was the name. It was the headline of the title. Now I know it's a little clickbaity, but what it was explaining was how during a particular period of time in Earth's early years, sedimentary or erosion of the minerals during a period of Earth's history allowed for the release of particular minerals that are necessary for the development of life. And so during that particular time period, and
that's just that's just one hypothesis of
exactly
several.
Yeah. And it states it in the actual article that the model itself is working with this. This is not an absolute truth, but we do know that there are minerals that are necessary for survival. And so that the survival of that early life was likely dependent upon particular minerals being being released into that environment. And so it was talking about that. And so Peter Notto says, technically he's correct, the best kind of correct, to quote Futurama. So the problem is that the way he's presenting it is very dishonest. He's doing it on purpose. Like this is deliberate, and that's because for someone like Kent Hovind,
very
the ninth, it's reductive. Thank you. It is reductivist to the point of dishonesty. Reductive to the point of dishonesty, and that's because for someone like Hovind, the 9th commandment is a conditional and not a universal. That's the kind of Christian that he is.
Life of Jesus.
He wants to skip over all that. I have to assure you, he will skip over tonight. Okay, we only focus on Planet Peterson on how the first amoeba slowly changed over billions of years into the amazing plants and animals we have today. It's fun to just let your imagination run wild. In the real world, millions of hours of scientific research has led to the conclusion that there seem to be 700 varieties of butterflies in the world that have been grouped into 27 basic kinds in a family tree.
A kind is not a scientific.
Yeah, and that's a phylogenetic tree that he's looking at right there. Now, you put all the phylogenetic trees together, you get common ancestry.
Surprise, so he's yeah.
I don't have any argument. I believe that. Okay, maybe God made 27 kinds of butterflies, and they have produced the 700 varieties. I don't know. Okay, in the imaginary world of Planet Peterson, these variations.
And literally, he just admitted right there that he does not understand how phylogenetic trees work. That he doesn't get them. He's like, well, maybe God just made it that way. It's like,
and he does this shit all the time, where he basically agrees with evolution, but then is just saying that he disagrees with evolution. But he just like showed what evolution does, but that's not evolution.
I had a debate one time with a dude named with a guy named Eric Jewell. I don't know if he's still around like that. He was really, really, really old dude. But I asked him during like the Q&A section, I asked him like, do you agree that genes that allele selection changes over time due to external pressures, due to environmental pressures? Yes, I believe that happens. Do you believe that morphological changes result or it can result as a result of those allele frequency changes? Yes, I believe that. Then you accept evolution. No, I don't.
No, I don't.
What are you doing? So it's the same crap.
Every time.
Butterflies.
It's never not funny, too.
Right.
My timer brother didn't start.
You're almost there.
Okay. These variations in butterflies is proof that they're related to humans and frogs and sharks, and they all evolved from an amoeba. See, in his imaginary world, everything's related. Eric, tell him later on. Do you believe you came from an amoeba over billions of years?
An amoeba is already at its evolutionary, like, where it is. Yes. Like, that's not how it works. How many times do people have to tell you?
Future Nightmares, good to see you. It says evolution is false. Have you ever seen a cow make a non-cow? Get wrecked, nerd. Good to see you, Future. Thank you so much, bud.
Related to a frog and a butterfly. It's fun, boys and girls. On Planet Peterson, all you have to do is imagine slow, gradual changes.
He said the same thing like 4 times.
I know.
In the gene code and mutations. And you can change an amoeba to a human, a butterfly, and a frog. It's easy. Nothing to it. On Planet Peterson, let's see, the butterflies, the frogs, the sunflowers, the sharks, all came from an amoeba. All you have to do is imagine it happening long ago and far away where nobody can see it.
Like your God creation. So yeah, just dragging science down to your level, just ignoring all the evidence and basically saying that everybody's still making. Now, I agree that every human on the planet gets caught on the horn of the trilemma. I mean, that's unavoidable because of our subjective internal experience. Very, very simple. But there are predictive models and explanatory models that you need to refute if you want to say that these things are false. I mean, that's where Kent obviously fails. There's Stephen Lee. Stephen Lee's and there's an idiot always produces an idiot. That's very true, as we see that Kent produced an Eric. And Eric Hovind, his idiot son, who did not fall far from that tree. No. So, but Stephen, thank you so much. I told everybody about the original image you gave me. As a matter of fact, you know what? Give me 1 second before we move on. I'm going to show this to you real quick. So Stephen made me this. This is an original, and it's Kent Hovind, and with the Jason mask and the Scream face, the Ghostface face. So he made this, and it is called The Nightmare of Inmate 06452-017. And so that is an original that he made for me, and it is freaking amazeballs.
That's incredible.
So, and he said that to me. It's fucking awesome. I have it. It's beautifully framed. So I have an original piece of art, and that's for you, Kent. That is for you, bud. So, and I had to add it to the background. It took Gizmo's place up there on the case, but I wanted to show that to people. So that's what I'm talking about. Now I get to do a close up.
I'm currently tie-dyeing a whole bunch of shit. I'm gonna do a new background, and I'm doing Baphomet in the
nice
pentagram and stuff. Tying that shit is wild, but it'll be pretty. Hopefully. You never know with tie-dye.
Let's see. If I remember, I was gonna StephenLee.com. So if anybody wants to check out his artwork, he does a bunch of cool stuff. But if you want to check out his stuff, Stephen is StephenLeahy.com. You can check out his website and check out all of the cool artwork. He does all kinds of cool stuff. I checked out his website. He's got all kinds of neat stuff there. But he did that for me, and I was like, So I love it when viewers send me stuff. That is fucking, it deserved a spot up in the background. So let's get back to this idiocy. Thank you so much, Stephen. You rock, dude. Oh, it's my place. Absolutely my pleasure.
So easy. In the real world, millions of hours of scientific research has led scientists to conclude there seem to be about 7,000 different recognized species of frogs, based into 23 basic kinds of frogs in the family tree.
They're not
kinds. We have varieties of frogs, no question. In the imaginary world of Planet Peterson, this variation of frogs is the world in the world is proof they're related to cows and fish and cats. And they all lived, and all life evolved, misspelling there, from an amoeba. On Planet Peterson, they believe it's very important to require all people to pay to teach children at a young age about this imaginary conclusion.
You're going to hear this a lot. Kent Hovind complaining about paying taxes.
That has been a problem with him for a very long time. I seem to recall that he went somewhere for that, I think.
It's like, it's not like you pay him anyway, dude. What are you bitching about?
No idea where he went. Just,
Oh, and Planet Peterson, Eric, if you were in the chat, dude, this is amazing. And I had to, Planet Peterson is here. It says, he's hanging out. Thank you so much, Planet Peterson. He says, Kent spent 75% of his opening statement saying there's too many definitions of a species. It's cringe. It absolutely is. And I pulled this one from your channel because we had to have that beautiful opening when you were like, you would know, because he would. So I don't know. And I kept hearing this, like, this happens so many times that he bitches about that they want us to pay for this stuff. And it's like, you don't pay taxes anyway, motherfucker.
Right.
What are you complaining
about? Yeah. We all know, dude.
You did a decade in prison for not doing that.
And he doesn't pay, he doesn't even pay his workers, so he doesn't pay like any, taxes on that. He does everything under the table still. All of it's illegal. It is.
And for anybody who would like more information about what Earl is talking about, go to McKinnon Mitchell's YouTube channel and check out his documentary. It may still be up there. His documentary about Kent Hovind, which I think was like the final nail in the coffin on that one. So yeah,
I agree.
Very important. Everybody should pay for that. Oh yeah, okay. Here's the proof, boys and girls. We made a chart and drew lines connecting all of them. We know it happened because we have a chart with lines connecting all of them.
Oh, so we did okay. So he's literally claiming that we're all just making it up as we go along. It's like, oh, this seems accurate. I could just connect. It was
like that meme with the guy and the red yarn everywhere. Yeah, totally. It's all here.
You know how easy that was? Nothing to it. In the real world, we see all plants and animals are always making babies like themselves, just like the Bible says. After their kind, after their kind, after their kind, after their sort. 20 times in the first 7 chapters. On Planet Peterson, we don't like the use of the word kind, so we use the word species, even though there's never been a solid definition of that word. Tonight's going to be a real challenge for Eric to.
Well, that's not. I mean, that's the one big kicker, which unfortunately gives them a little bit of a more. And it took me a while to understand it myself. Thank you to Forrest Valkai for explaining it to me. Is that the lines that differentiate these things, like the lines in evolutionary biology, are way fuzzier than we would like. It would be much easier if they were like solid and different, like we could differentiate boom right there. But there is so much overlap and there's so much fuzziness there that it makes it difficult to like narrow it down specifically as to what, like boom, this is what this is. Typically, it refers to like things that can't to a species, or a species refers to a population of organisms that cannot interbreed with their parent population. And so that's a good way to kind of like describe that. I'm literally copying from Forrest Valkai here, but in that sense, it still gets kind of fuzzy because sometimes they can, but their offspring are infertile, which is one more step, like horses and donkeys. So in that respect, horses, mule. Horses not make mules. That's right. Mm-hmm.
Explain, win the debate with the title, with the origin of species. What exactly is a species? Defined as a group of organisms that can reproduce naturally. However, classification of a species can be difficult, even riddled with controversy. Species. What is a species? It's a kind. Wow, look at that. Homonym are synonyms for species. A kind. Synonyms. A kind. Look at that. Wow. Okay. Biological dictionary. Definition of species. Group of organisms that share a common genetic heritage, able to interbreed.
Argument from etymology.
So the Bible says
what is
this? They can bring forth to create offspring that are also fertile. Mm-hmm. Barriers do not allow for reproduction between two populations.
Which is what we see in in iron, which is what we see, not in our genus, but in our order. In the order of primates, we see that like even though we share like 98% of the 98% DNA with our chimpanzee and bonobo cousins, we can't interbreed with them because of particular genetic, I believe is particular genetic blocks. I can't remember what the term for them, but result in that we can't have offspring with them despite being so closely related. So that's an example of that.
Yep.
Scientists have changed the definition of species several times throughout history. Which one are you going to use tonight, Eric? What is a species, according to Scientific American? To this day, scientists struggle with that question.
Stupid argument.
The debate over species definition is far from over. What exactly is a species? An embarrassment of definition may come as a surprise to see scientists struggling to agree on something so basic as how to decide that a group of organisms form a species.
That's a problem. It's not basic. It's not something so basic. And that's what we've learned through evolutionary biology, through genetics, phylogenetics, the development of phylogenetic trees. It's not basic. It's actually really, really complex. So
Kent's brain can only handle
it's true.
Tiny portions of information at a time.
1.8 million species that scientists have named in the past few centuries, like the laws of endangered species, that can affect everything. If you don't know what a species is, how do you know one's endangered? It's fueled a debate.
Because of their population, because of the limitations of their population. If they're endangered, it's because they are encroaching upon a lack of genetic diversity that will inevitably lead to their extinction because they can no longer produce fertile offspring that will survive. So, or the offspring that will survive because of the lack of genetic diversity. The closer it gets to that, the worse it gets for them.
Don't boink your cousins.
Right.
Debate for decades. There is no general agreement. Jonathan Marshall, biologist at University of Utah, Southern Utah University. At last count, there are 26 published circulation.
And I don't know what his source is for this. So I don't know where he pulled an embarrassment of definitions out of. So I'm not familiar with, I've never read that myself. So
26 published concepts in circulation. What does that even mean?
Of species.
I think he's like that there's no like hard consent. There is a consensus on what species refers to, but there's no like, nailed down like 100% where everybody says that the same definition is the same across the board.
And that's because that's a problem.
And that's because, as Forrest Valkai stated, as it was quoted, biology is messy, very, very messy.
And that's okay.
What's a species? 26 different ones. Huh? Charles Darwin was amused by all the struggles. It's really laughable to see what different ideas are prominent in various naturalist minds when they speak of species. He wrote in 1856.
I'm going to think that is probably a quote taken out of context. There's quote mines. Yeah.
Anytime you see a quote from a creationist of any stripe, it's always a quote mine. 100% of the time, it's always a quote mine. As soon as you read like just the sentence before or the sentence after, it like completely negates everything that they are trying to say it says.
Planet Peterson says the word set has 430 definitions. Therefore, there's no such thing as a set of anything. Thank you. That was excellent. Yes. And Rob Oyster says 1856. LOL. Right. And you'll also notice that instead of actually referencing the most current work of evolutionary biologists today, we're going to jump back over 120 years to talk to Darwin, to talk about what Darwin said, as though debunking Darwin, which has already been done on numerous things, is going to shut down all of our understanding of evolution.
Yeah.
When it all comes, I believe, from trying to define the indefinable. Can't be defined. Huh. So Charlie Darwin said, even though the title of his book is The Origin of Species. He didn't even know what one is either.
So the fact that Ken has set that up, so he's quote-mined it and taken a quote and saying that quote contradicts the title of what he was proposing. So you say that Darwin is contradicting himself in that quote. No, that is evidence right there that he is likely quote-mining and taking that completely out of context. So
100% of the time. I've never seen it not happen.
Never seen it not happen. Right.
Yeah.
What species is either. Okay. Meanwhile, other varieties become extinct. I look at the term species as one arbitrarily given for the sake of convenience to a set of individuals closely resembling each other, Darwin declared. Defining a species, evolution.berserkly, okay? Species is a group of individuals that actually or potentially interbreed. What is what the Bible says? They can bring forth. That would be interbreeding, okay? Let's see. Definition of species might seem cut and dried, but it's not. In nature, there are lots of places where it's difficult to apply this definition. Let's see. Many plants and animals form hybrids. Is the hooded crow and the carrion crow the same species? And the birds don't care how we classify them. They do not even think about it. Okay?
No, they don't.
A set of animals or plants.
So why are you calling
this is all a complete. This is all red herring nonsense.
It's all red herring. Yeah, exactly.
Characteristics and can breed with each other. At Dinosaur Adventureland here in Lenox, we keep our sheep, donkeys, zebu, cows, and horses all together in the same pasture. We have never gotten a zeep, a zonkey, a heap, a how, or a shibu. They know what kind they are, and they show no interest in mating with any other kind.
That is actually false. That's a false statement. Is that these animals will try to interbreed with one another? But the problem is they either can't produce offspring or they simply physiologically they can't do it because they can't reach each other. So
my dog tried to get frisky with my ex-boyfriend's cat. Did not go well at all. He tried,
and
he learned his lesson.
And he says, I want to back that up just a hair because there's something he said
in which members have similar characteristics and can breed with each other. At Dinosaur Adventureland here in Lenox, we keep our sheep, donkeys, zebu, cows, and horses all together in the same pasture. We have never gotten a zeep, a zonkey, a heap, a how, or a shibu.
Okay. So, yes, and Lieutenant General brings up ligers and tigons, them interbreeding. And, of course, the zonkey is an animal, stands as a remarkable, so the zonkey is a hybrid animal born from the union of a zebra and a donkey. So zonkeys and z-donks, which do exist and are produced by the interbreeding of those. In fact, this is the absolute most adorable picture I've ever seen of a z-donk, of a baby z-donk. The stripes are on the legs, and it's like the legs are of a zebra, and the body is of the donkey. It's like so cute, and it's weird. It almost looks like a quagga a little bit, which is an extinct equine, but that's a really fascinating looking animal. Hybrids are just like roller bears. As polar ice continues to melt faster than anticipated, and polar bears are forced to move south, they begin interbreeding with grizzly bears, making growler bears. So growler bears have started popping up in the wild as a means because the two populations are overlapping. There's also a zorse, which is a zebra and a horse, and a wolfen, which is a whale and a dolphin, and a henny, which looks like a horse and a female with a horse and a donkey, beefaloes, tigons, ligers, jaglions.
I've eaten beefalo before.
Ooh.
Delicious.
Growler bears. Ooh, narlugas. Narwhal and a beluga.
That sounds fancy.
So interesting, all kinds of stuff. So yeah, but they will. And
they know what kind they are. And they show no interest in mating with any other kind.
That was fun.
They know. See? Species. Stanford Encyclopedia. The nature of species is controversial in biology. Biologists disagree on the definition of the term species. Philosophers disagree over the ontological status of species. What is a biological species?
Okay, so I don't know why he went to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy because, I'll be trying to parse out the ontology thing. I don't think Kent is aware or understands the differentiation between ontology and epistemology, that he likely many times he conflates the two of these things. He doesn't often go into philosophical topics. I've seen that often, like he will avoid them like the plague because I don't think he has a mind for it. Either that or he's just not versed in it at all. Like he doesn't care, even though these things are, even though he'll refer to things being logically impossible and, whatever, and say like, which entails logical entailment, which will entail that there is a contradiction.
He will only debate one topic ever.
Right.
He will not entertain anything else other than the religion of evolution.
Right.
First glance, it seems easy to answer. Homo sapien is a species. So is Canis familiaris, dog. Many species can be easily distinguished. Biologists offer over 20 definitions of the term species. Britannica. There are over 20 different species concepts. What is a species? The most important concept in all biology is a complete mystery. Whoa.
It's not,
but...
but...
A bear, it's a marsupial. The The basic idea is very simple. The certain groups of organisms have a special connection to each other. So what
There's
even
Darwin's
is a species?
finches,
Truth
going
is,
back to
we
Darwin
don't have
again.
any idea. Bible says kind, so what's a kind? Well, if they can bring forth, I'd say it's probably similar to species in most cases, but it doesn't matter. The animals know, okay? A group of living organisms consisting of similar individuals capable of exchanging genes and interbreeding. That's fair, reasonable. The dog cannot interbreed with the cat or the cow or the pine tree. So what's the definition of species? Look at that. Kind. The second one over there. A kind or a sort. Wow. They're using that to define species. Defining species. Group of individuals that actually or potentially interbreed. Berserkley says, understanding evolution, that's the definition right there, okay? While this system of classification has existed for 300 years, it's constantly evolving. They're still changing it.
Well,
now
it evolves or it changes as our understanding of it becomes more precise, as we understand it better and the implications of it better. So we refine our definition.
Better.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We refine our definitions to reflect how accurate or to reflect the accuracy of our understanding. It's as simple as that.
We change our minds.
Right.
Radical shift in the grouping of organisms occurred with the development of DNA. Now we can really change them around. Okay, doesn't make any sense to abandon the idea that they bring forth after their kind.
No, that's a very, very archaic. It's a very archaic way of describing things, as archaic individuals with no concept of genetics would simply be making observations of the things that they see in the world around them. So they would see like, oh, I've only ever seen in my lifetime of 50 or 60 years, depending upon how long a person lives, that these things produce these things. So therefore yes, it would be a very common observation for ancient people to make, given the lack of scientific acumen that they had. So in that respect, that's what we would expect to see. Okay. The question then is like, if the God made them this way, if the evidence is one way and the evidence shows us this, why wouldn't the God give us that information in the Bible? Because if, like, say God described an atom in the Bible, or God described the germ theory of disease, so that, Jews weren't doing, rituals with shit, okay, or pooping in their own water supply, if, to avoid like cholera, like the cholera outbreaks and stuff like that. So why wouldn't God describe those things? Hey, germs are a thing. These tiny little microorganisms that live in water and live in your poop and live in things that will make you sick. It's not demons or like that. It's microorganisms. Why wouldn't God tell them about those things? Oh, obviously because they didn't know that they existed. So what makes more sense? That the omnibenevolent, omniscient entity would withhold the information of what germs do, or humans made up a God to explain stuff and didn't include germs because they didn't know that they existed.
Yeah. Very sneaky.
Occam's razor.
Very sneaky. Wow.
In New Zealand, there are projects about the kiwi and the Tatara. DNA revolutionized the way we think, and their closest relatives. You think that humans are related to a banana because of similar DNA? And be careful about that word. Okay. On our current classification system, 2024, there are still disputes about how plants and animals should be classified. It doesn't matter.
20 seconds left.
They know what kind they are,
and he hasn't actually said shit.
Anything.
He hasn't said anything. He's repeated the same point, I think,
same shit
6-7 times. Yeah.
They seek to mate with their own kind. They don't care how we group them. Our cows.
I have to give an applause just for the amount, the sheer patience that it took to get through this, because I don't have it. Like, I would have lost my shit having to listen to that for that long.
Didn't actually say a goddamn thing.
Show no interest in mating with the sheep or donkeys or squirrels. They don't even know what they look like, but they know what to look for in a mate. So on Planet Peterson, we have no rules, boys and girls. You can do what you want, be what you want. You can be a boy one day and a girl the next, or even.
There's the
throw in the transphobia.
There's the segue to the subtle transphobia. Well done. Yes, I knew he was going to factor like accepting evolution leads to like he's obviously this is
slimy fucker. He just
not just trans. And there we go. So not only is it passive aggressive transphobia, but what there or anti-trans identity, but the big transphobias on my bingo card. Nice, Jedi. but it's also a hint at social Darwinism. Is that the
Oh,
advent
he's
that
got neo-Nazi, like all
yeah,
kinds
oh
of
yeah,
shit.
big time,
Yeah.
big time. Like I mean, this guy is definitely like I mean the work of Haeckel.
Did you see the
Haeckel-
interview Grayson did with him? Base Theory. He
Oh, I
went
did.
to he went to his compound and had an interview with him and trounced his ass. But he gave us sort of the inside skinny on, because he like stayed there and like
Wow.
was went four-wheeling with Kent, and like he showed him around his compound, and that's totally not a cult compound at all or anything. Winky winky. But yeah, he said there was like neo-Nazi shit like everywhere. So yeah, it's pretty
That's
gross.
insane. That's insane. And yeah, he that whole thing is definitely a subtle reference to social Darwinism, the effects of and with it, for those not familiar, for those who may not be familiar in the live chat, the idea of social Darwinism came out of pre-World War II Germany when scientists, specifically Haeckel, were working with what Darwin had put forward and had utilized aspects of Darwin's work in order to justify their own anti-Semitism and their own race. They bastardized his work to justify their own hatred of the Jews and to give a kind of like to provide this bullshit pseudoscientific excuse as to why certain races should be excluded or eliminated, such as the Jews. And then that was pushed forward into the Third Reich. So the idea of social
their issue with Jews wasn't actually their religion. They didn't give a shit about their theology. It was purely a genetics issue for all of it. So yeah, they used Darwin and did him dirty. And
just and just to show like and he'll do the appeal to consequence fallacy. That's all that is, saying that evolution can be tossed out because it can lead to bad thinking or lead to inappropriate thinking or like whatever, when that's not how that works at all. So any idea, any scientific idea can be taken to twisted to justify any particular horrible thing, and that's where eugenics comes from and shit like that. So in the sense, yeah, that's what this is. It's a nod to Third Reich mentality.
Explore all 57 genders. You can even have fun mating with your dog if you want. There are no rules. This is Planet Peterson we're talking about tonight.
Wow. So, okay. So Lieutenant Jedi's been a member of the Godless Army for 9 months. Thank you so much, Lieutenant Jedi, as well as Azo's been a member for 22 months. Thank you so much, Azo. And Cygnus TSP has been a member for 28 months. Thank you so much for that support, y'all. You guys rock. I appreciate that. And Eric, I got to know, dude, because you're not on camera. You can let me know in the live chat. You're not on camera. He's sitting here equating you with basically equating your like the acceptance of evolution that is true with social Darwinism. Yeah, false concepts like eugenics, and now like
bestiality,
like trans awareness, trans identity awareness, and bestiality. So
I'd be so happy.
The straw is straw. I just got to know if Eric was laughing his ass off as this was coming. If he's sitting there like, if he was just going like, or if he's like,
yeah, I would have done the latter. It's like,
you can see where Ken's
look on my face.
Look at that face.
I can't, but Ken's neck grosses me out. It's so vile.
He's got a vagina.
That bastard. Yes,
my neck looks like a vagina. They are eating the dogs because they cannot mate with the dogs.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he's got neck gina. He does.
Woof. Yeah.
Right,
oh, and just in case you watch this,
looking at my own. I don't want to look at anybody else's.
Not the neck, Uzi. So, Fluffy says, "Why did you point that out to me? I can't not see."
I'm sorry. I needed somebody to feel pain with me.
And Jedi says, "Oh, it's a nunt because it's a neck cunt."
I like that.
I like that.
I'm going to use that. I'm snatching that. I'm going to take that. I'm stealing.
Not the neck gina. So. Oh, Tony Regime says, how long before someone creates a sock account called Kent's Neck Gina? Pause up for the Fluffy Atheist. Good to see you, Corsi. Thanks so much for hanging out. That's Fluffy Atheist. Yes, you will forever see it. There it is. Kent being upset about his neck gina. There you go. Rich H says neck gina is a mild side effect of being a giant cunt. This over too. We cannot unsee the neck ussy. Yeah, we cannot. We cannot unsee the neck ussy.
You're welcome.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious. So yeah, I just Eric, if you were laughing your ass off or just shocked, whichever one, when he was drawing all these straw men that ever strawed, I'm just really curious. Just let me know in the live chat.
All right, Kent, thank you for that.
He has a mug with his own name on it. That mug he's drinking, the coffee mug, is Dr. Kent Hovind in like calligraphy and shit. It's like,
of course it is. What?
Hazel says body shaming turkey neck. Well, no, it's just it looks like like a vagina.
Damn right I am.
Yeah,
I am not taking it back.
He wants to be transphobic. He wants to be transphobic and put that nonsense out there. Yes,
I'm gonna make fun of his neck.
His neckocy, his nunt. Yes, it's nunt. And Peter Noddle says, "This is why I sport my beard. Covers that shit up."
10-minute opening statement, gentlemen. That concludes.
I don't want to look at it either.
Arterista says, "I hear Dr. Peel and Nick Gina are having an affair behind Hovind's and Powell's backs."
Scandalous.
Scandal.
Concludes our opening statements for tonight's great common descent debate. We've got now plenty of points on the table to engage and interact with in a cross-examination, 20 minutes each. And so, Eric, we're going to hand it over to you. I'll restart the timer.
Yep.
And again, we are into a couple rounds of cross-examination. So, Eric, kick us off. Go ahead.
Get him, Eric. Get him.
Yeah, before I do that, the moral grandstanding at the end there. So, tax cheats, wife beaters, and people that let convicted child molesters share a cabin with 11-year-old boys at their park don't get to morally grandstand.
Ad hominem. I knew he'd do that, Don. He can't do anything else. Go ahead.
It's not an ad hominem.
Eric and Kent, you both.
Idiot.
It's not an ad hominem. He's not saying that your biblical position is wrong because of these things.
They never know what that fallacy means.
They never
just think that it's bad. It makes me feel icky, so it's an ad hom.
I love it, Eric. Perfect. Just laying the foundation. If you want to morally grandstand, we're going to expose your morals. Is what we're going to do. So if you want to be like, trans people, blah blah blah, believing evolution leads to Nazism, then we're going to point out all the ways that you are an immoral fuckwit. Okay, Kent? So, yeah.
Oh, you used my favorite word.
Lieutenant Judge says, wow, Kent just redefined necrophilia. Just gross. Ad hom was on Kent's word a day calendar.
No shit.
Got your points in there. So let's now get right into cross-exam on the topic of common descent. Go ahead.
Okay. So you talked about the cows earlier, Kent. How do you know that those cows are related? You had like a cow family tree. How do you tell that?
Oh, the burden of proof's not on me to have to prove it at all. I believe they are. I admit mine's a religion. You will not admit yours is a religion. You believe cows are related to butterflies,
so
don't you,
the question was, how do you tell that the cows are related?
I don't have to tell. I think they all look the same in the meat locker. It's a skin color. I think all human history would tell
we can scientifically test to what degree things are related, and I know that you know how to do that. So how do you tell?
I don't worry about it. I think cows always make cows. All farmers in history and all around the world will tell you cows always have baby cows. They've now developed certain varieties, more milk or more beef or stand the heat better, but they're all still cow. And there seems to be a distinct limit.
So if somebody, the Maury Povich show where they used to do, you are the mother or you are not the father, so on and so forth.
I don't think I've ever watched that, but okay.
Well, you've heard about it before, haven't you?
Maury Povich, something, yeah, okay.
Okay, so like for people, how do you do a paternity test? How do you tell?
I've never done that either. I have 3 children. I know they're mine. And
I'm not asking if you have done it. I'm just saying conceptually, how is that done?
Well, today it's probably one of the main tools they would use would be DNA analysis to see you have the same DNA code as the child or the father or the mother.
Yep. And I mean, all humans share basically the same genetic code. But you can tell who's more related, you can tell like this person is or is not your child, even though we're all humans, right? So it would be the exact same story with the cows, right? I know that you know that.
I know what you want me to say. It's correct. We have a lot of DNA similarities between all the different animals because the same designer must have written that code. All 4,000 books in my library probably have the same basic code, 26 letters of an English alphabet. It doesn't prove any relationship. This is very different.
What is? I'm assuming he's talking about like his thinking fucking boggles my mind.
Wild. Yeah, it's
the reference to the alphabet there, like these like the letters of the the guanine, adenine, thymine, cytosine, and uracil, and occasionally uracil what he's talking about, but that's fucking weird. I don't like jumping to that is I guess non sequitur. It's like
cytosine.
Straw man. I don't know if it's a straw man or a red herring or a non sequitur. All of them, all of the fallacies all at once. So,
and a paternity test from Maury Pervert or whatever his name was. Okay.
Genes. So genetics only tells you if things are related. So I have a question. What would be the only way it would be possible for two cows to not be related at all, to have zero relationship?
Well, I don't know. I don't care. I don't think they care either. But I don't know.
Do you agree that the only? Oh, sorry. Do you agree that the?
I don't know.
I got it. Do you agree that the only way it would be possible is if they share zero genes?
I'd have to think about that one. I don't know. I never thought about that. I don't worry about that kind of stuff. But
well, parents pass on genes, and their children share a collection of their genes from their parents. So if two brothers are related, it's because their parents pass down genes, and you can tell that they have a overlap of those genes. That makes sense, right?
Well, as far as I know, that is pretty reliable. I think there's so many identical genes in all humans, that may have gone back to Adam and Eve or to Noah. Sure, we probably have some similarity. There might even be some similar code in our DNA to the code of a monkey because they all have to have the same lines of code to grasp their fingers or blink their eyes or listen. So there may be lines of code because that's a necessary feature from a design perspective.
How is he going to fuck this up? He's right there. He's so close. How is he going to fuck this up?
So it's not the only way to prove there's relationship. There's where I think you're way off base. A different planet.
Okay. So would you agree that if two things share zero genes, then they can't be related?
I don't know that could be proven. Doesn't matter to me.
Well, you could just sequence their DNA. We do that kind of thing all the time.
So as a heads up,
databases.
I haven't actually watched the open. I didn't get to catch the beginning of this. So I'm noticing that Kent is simply refusing to engage or doing everything he can to not engage.
Yeah. He's putting up a big, thick
big wall. Like like the topic is evolution.
This is uncomfy.
Yeah. The topic is evolution. Eric is on point. Eric is getting into the meat of basically he's just digging. He's breaking surface. Yeah, he's just breaking ground on how we're going to get through this line of inquiry with a very simple line of inquiry.
This is actually the most since Grayson. This is the most that I've seen Kent actually even with his trying really hard not to engage. He's actually he's what's the word I'm looking for? He's agreeing and giving some give and take is happening.
Roto says, watch Kent know where the question is going and desperately trying to wiggle out and then get called out for it. Yeah, I'm
making some concessions. That's why I was
and I saw Blessed Be He is in the chat and says, it's a he's here to learn. That's great, fantastic. But this is an example of when an actual teacher is talking to someone who is not a teacher. Okay. Kent is not a teacher. He is not a doctor. He is not a scientist. He is a creationist. Okay. It starts from the presumption that his Bible is true and that his God exists. two things that he cannot demonstrate the truth of.
Very-
Okay, so
As antithetical to science as you can get.
exactly. His position is predicated on a logical fallacy. That's where it starts from. He begs the question of the existence of his God. But this right here is a teacher. This is how you approach as an actual teacher who knows how to teach people, addressing someone who ostensibly does not want to learn, or as Kent himself has said, I'm not concerned with those things.
Right.
He doesn't want to learn is the point. So,
would you understand how complex the DNA is? You got a code that goes from here across the solar system twice from one human being. That's a DNA
strong,
code
man.
from one person. I don't think we can sequence all that. I don't think it's ever been all sequenced.
That argument from
all they're
incongruity.
finding is the
it has.
Multiple species.
Yeah.
Genes get sequenced all the time. Like, let's not pretend that scientists don't know what they're doing and that you and I somehow know better. So if two things have 0 genes in common, they can't be related. That's just, I mean, I don't see how there's any getting around
That's
that.
the entailment. That's the logical
That's the
entailment
statement
of
you're
that.
making.
So,
I said I don't know. I'd have to have. It's not something I've gotten into the study of.
he's simply asking you to critically think, Kent. That's all he's doing. He's basically like, if this, then this is what is entailed if this is true. It's a very simple connection. And Kent is aware enough that he knows that if he concedes that basic logical entailment, he's going to be in trouble. So,
But I think like just their sentence sequencing in all my books might have all the adjectives before the noun. That's common. It was a big red train. Adjectives come before the noun. Oh wow! Does that prove they're related to some other one that says the big blue cheese chunk of cheese?
Obviously, he doesn't know any other languages, because in most other languages it's the opposite.
It's a sequence if necessary for English language.
Right.
Maybe there's a DNA code that's necessary to make things work.
But if
So
there was
I don't know that it proves relationship. You don't either.
But if there was a language that shared literally 0 words or anything in common with English, we would not say that those two languages are related.
I don't think languages are related at all. It has to do with reproduction. I think related would be.
You don't think that Portuguese and Spanish are, by related, we mean that they're part of a language family?
I think you'd find thousands of identical words and very similar words in Portuguese and Spanish, certainly.
Yeah, because they come from common descent. But if two languages share literally nothing at all in common, then we would know that they would have there's 0 relation between them.
So you're using an example of things that do not reproduce. You guys
languages
pick on me all the
reproduce.
time.
Humans do. The humans that use them do.
there is a corollary there, and I like this because this goes into the idea of what, and I hate bringing it up like that, and I know, but the idea of memetics of memetics in the sense that ideas that become culturally popular and then mutate by way of the people that engage in those ideas and accept those ideas, and that so. I liked the idea that, and it's analogous in the sense that there are natural selection pressures like the government, what's popular, what's not popular, yada, 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 that act as selection pressures on ideas themselves. And that ideas propagate very similarly to how viruses or even populations populate. So in that sense, there is kind of an analogy, which I kind of dug. It's kind of a nice way to analogize that. So memetics, which of course was brought up by Richard Dawkins, and I know he's in a lot of hot water for a lot of his old man, get off my lawn bullshit going on right now. But, I hate to I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Right.
Memetics was a really good idea. Yeah, it was a really good idea.
Languages reproduce.
Yeah.
I'd like to see how that happens. I taught biology for years. I don't believe that at all. Okay. Languages don't reproduce. Okay. I think humans have to change them. So you guys get after me.
That's how it happens, Ted. Right.
When I say Fords and Chevys have round tires, I say they don't reproduce. Well, neither do languages, Eric. So why are you using that as an example?
Well, it's not your turn to ask questions, but write that down for later.
Oh.
So
you don't want to answer it. I see.
It's not your turn to answer questions. Those are the rules we agreed with. And you're actually not answering any questions right now, which is kind of frustrating. You've just basically been saying, I don't know. I think it's because you know where this is going. Everybody who knows how to think knows that the only way to have 0 relation is to share 0 genes. But the fact is, humans share genes with other organisms. So why is that the case if we're not related to other things?
I did answer that question, Your Honor. We could share genes because we have the common designer, because we have the common necessary functions, grasping your fingers together like monkeys do and humans do. That doesn't necessarily prove relationship. It could prove a common set of gene code to make the flexor muscles and extender muscles work.
That's not an explanation. It's
even if we give him that it was a common dude that just put a bunch of things in together and like made a critter, right? There's still that higher dude is still using the same bits of the same shit and putting it in all of his little creations. There's still a connection there, even if we use his ridiculous logic. If none of us were related,
if none of us were related at all, if we had zero relationship to other things, then you would expect to see reflected in the evidence that there is no genetic overlap between these things, that there was specific DNA used to create humans, specific DNA used to create plants, specific DNA used to create other organisms, that would be evidence towards Kent's position. And of course, we don't see that. We see wildly huge amounts of overlap. With everything. I think like from the Australian lungfish, which is our most recent ancestor to fish with humans, is the Australian lungfish, and then of course bananas as well, and mice, and of course other primates. So in that respect, why does the overlap exist? Because the overlap goes towards common descent because of the genes. Okay. Whereas if there was no overlap, if there was a specific genetic code solely for human beings, that would be evidence towards Kent's position. Yeah. But he can't provide that.
Even if you like work within Kent's paradigm, right? That there's a deity up there making critters. Like either that deity is like forgetful and is just using the same strips of shit like over and over again to like shove into these various critters, or maybe they've got something in common. Maybe there's a reason for that. Even if the deity did it, like his argument still doesn't. Even if you work within his ridiculous paradigm, it still doesn't work because they are still related, because there is still that evidence of bits and pieces of information that are shared amongst all of those different critters. So like he can use his God to like try to weasel out of it, but it still doesn't work.
Blessed Be says, how can random mutations lead to humans? That seems far-fetched. Is that science? So number one, yes, phylogenetics is the field that explains this. Okay, now when we talk about random mutations, okay, so given the complexity, even if you go back 8 million years to the common ancestor of literally everything within the primate, or between, obviously 8 million years, the common ancestor between humans and chimps and bonobos. When you go back to that one, okay, it's about 7.5 to 8 million years ago. Even in the complexity of that, you will have variations in that population, because that's the big thing that you're missing, Blessed Be He, is that evolution is referring to what is occurring within a population. Okay, so you have tens of millions of members of a population, and they're all breeding with one another. They're all interbreeding amongst themselves. Within that population, you will get changes that occur at random, very, very small incremental changes, and it is selection pressures from the population itself, from the environment, a number of other things, whether they be like nature or volcanoes or earthquakes or predation or migratory patterns or whatever, climates. All of these things act, or disease, evolution in other things that can wipe out entire generations because they got sick. We see that in humans as well. The whole key is those small changes over time, whichever ones get through the filters that natural selection puts in front of it, are the ones that go on to pass those incremental changes forward. And so in between 8 million in between 8 million years ago and today, there were selection pressures amongst that common ancestor that resulted in our genus. And our genus Homo. So
I want to address her next comment. Why don't we have 6 arms? If it's all mutations, 6 arms would be a great adaptation. The thing with change is that it wants that I'm going to use weird language here, but change happens with the least amount of energy needed to do it possible. In order to spring a whole nother limb would require an enormous amount of energy to create a whole nother set of limbs. And so that's why bodies tend to, arms and legs and stuff. It's because the energy needed to create all of that and to make a fully functioning critter come together at that point. It's like the energy that's needed and the way that we work best and can reproduce and eat and all that kind of stuff mush up together, and so that what our body plan essentially is fixed at a point where there's enough energy to create it but not too much, and then it's useful and not maladaptive. So if we were to just like spring another limb, that would require vast amounts of energy over a huge amount of time and amongst an entire population. And we don't need 6 arms when you work. Critter.
This gets into genetics. Like we're talking about Hox genes, which is what establishes the body plan of a particular organism, and so that's essentially where that's going, and where that is in that respect. There's a lot of details that go into that, but Forrest Valkai will often talk about the energy cost that it going in one direction reduces the energy that's being expressed in another particular area. So if you look at the differentiation between a lot of our Homo genus cousins, like Neanderthalensis and Floriensis and Denisovans and Naledi and all the other ones, all the ones that are extinct now, all of them had differentiations in their evolution that made them different from us. We are the ones that happen to make it through by virtue of our mutations, the differentiations in ours. Like we bred faster, we were more agile. Our shoulder, we had the ability. Basically, the energy went into our brains rather than our bodies. Mm-hmm. I've seen Neanderthal skeletons. They are ridiculous, and they would have been a hardy organism on the battlefield. If you were trying to take one on head on, they were quite nasty. But in that respect, they lacked certain things intelligence-wise that allowed us to prevail. Not to mention that we outcompeted them, we out-ate them, and we outbred them, and we interbred with them, which is why their DNA still exists in our genome today.
That's why you see lots of great big men with very prominent brow ridges. That's a leftover.
Yeah, and Planet Peterson is pointing this out. Says okay, Busby said, okay, thanks, Earl, but why did evolution decide quadrupeds is the best body plan?
It's the most energy efficient.
Well, for us is what it is.
For most things. Yeah.
For most things, yeah. And Peter says, why did evolution decide? Stop right there. There's no teleology. There's a lot of dumb luck involved.
I was using a loose language, so that's my fault.
And he says, but a quadrupedal locomotion also requires less energy than sexipedal. And he's correct. Yes. Yeah. So there you go. Blessed be.
Being a quadruped is very energy efficient.
If you have to expend, if you have to expend more energy in order to survive by virtue of your morphology, than other organisms in your population, then chances are you will die off and those genes will not pass on. So the most energy efficient, in order to get the energy you need to survive and continue reproducing, those body plans are the ones that were selected for, because those have the best chance to survive on this planet. So remember, like the actual physicality of the planet plays as a selection pressure as well. The gravity of our planet, the atmospheric density of our planet, the weather of our planet, the tectonic plate or tectonics, all of that is all a selection pressure. Okay, and you'll notice that in differentiation in species, depending upon where they are on the planet, from the North Pole to the South Pole and along the equator, and everywhere in between, you will see the differentiations in these animals reflected by the very environments that they live in. Their hot tolerance, their speed, their ability to fly, everything that goes on to it is dictated by these things. So
they're good questions. B.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you for asking them.
Well, that's a statement you're making. I said I don't know. I'd have to have. It's not something I've gotten into the study of. But I think like just their sentence sequencing in all my books might have all the adjectives before the noun. That's common. It was a big red train. Adjectives come before the noun. Well, wow. Does that prove they're related to some other one that says, the big blue cheese, chunk of cheese? No. It's a sequence that's necessary for English language.
Right.
Maybe there's a DNA code that's necessary to make things work.
But if there was
I don't know that it proves relationship. You don't either.
But if there was a language that shared literally 0 words or anything in common with English, we would not say that those two languages are related.
I don't think languages are related at all. It has to do with reproduction. I think related would be.
You don't think that Portuguese
God damn it, Kent, you were so close.
It's fucking.
This is gonna be one giant episode of edging the whole time.
It's literally the field of linguistics.
He's gonna lose it.
This is probably just wait. We went backwards. Did we go backwards? I think I may have accidentally gone backwards.
To the single conclusion. You're wanting a single conclusion, and I think there may be other things to explore. I would look at that more carefully if I was you.
So I didn't ask you any questions about like being able to move your fingers. You're obviously dodging this, and that's fine. We're just talking about genetics.
You asked about a DNA code. There's a DNA code to make you flex your fingers. Isn't there?
I wouldn't say that there's a DNA code for doing this. DNA guides the development of muscles, but to say there's a DNA code that does this, I don't know what that could possibly mean. Okay. Like we talk, but there's no gene for saying the word balloon. But anyways, I have a lot more questions. So, if you think that the gene overlap is because of common design, then why did God design us in a way that's indistinguishable from the evidence of evolution, i.e., that we would share genes? Because we know that passing on genes conveys relatedness between things.
I don't know that we know such a thing. You're making a statement, an assertion that I don't think has been demonstrated. I think
you agreed to it, paternity tests and all that kind of stuff. That's exactly what that
paternity tests are usually pretty accurate, to my knowledge, to determine who the parents are. On Maury, what's his name, pervert, whatever. So I think that may be, but there's other explanations. I would be willing to bet every human being on the planet has DNA code that matches. You might even find DNA code in a human that matches a carrot.
So the question was, why did God design the DNA code this way?
Oh, I have no idea.
Okay, that's what I was talking about in my opening statement. Okay. Do you think God designed animals to live in the water?
It looks like it to me with all the fish and octopus. Quite a few animals live in the water. They look pretty well designed to live in the water.
So do you agree that things like dorsal fins, pectoral fins, tail flukes, those are traits for animals that live in the water, or that animals that live in the water have?
Yeah, they seem to be well designed for that purpose. I think they enjoy having them.
One of my favorites being, as was point out, that dugongs look different from manatees, even though they are related, as they were to Steller sea cow, which is unfortunately extinct. But dugongs have flukes and have tail flukes, and manatees have paddles for the tails. Yeah. So because dugongs are oceanic, and manatees are freshwater. So there you go. Or brackish water in that respect, but yeah, predominantly. But there you go. Those two are related, yet two completely different tail formations.
I don't know. I never talked to them.
But you would agree. You actually answered my next question, so I think you're reading my mind. So I can skip that. But you agree that in organisms, its features, phenotype, you think that that's sculpted by genes and how those genes are expressed, I would assume, right?
Right. I think the genetic code tells that body how to develop from an egg and a sperm into the full-grown animal. It's following a very incredibly complex code, way too complex to have ever happened by chance.
Yep. And you think that those genetic similarities that we see between organisms, that's caused by the common designer too, right?
Or I think the designer designed it just like they designed submarines to have, and airplanes also have ailerons, because they have to go through a fluid medium.
God designed airplanes.
A liquid or a gas. So I think it's a great design feature that has to be
Yep.
They might have similarities in the code to make the aileron go up and down in an airplane and in a submarine.
Sure.
But
Hey,
what they're doing is doing the same thing to steer it. Okay.
hey, Donnie, where are we at with the time right now? Sorry.
Good question. You're just a little bit over 10 minutes.
Okay.
So you're doing pretty good. You're about halfway there.
Okay. Thank you very much. So this whole thing about design and genetics and the phenotypes of organisms. So if God designed that genetic code, then that means the genetic code can objectively reveal to us evidence of common design if common design is a thing. So this is where some actual science can take place, because we're not just making assertions. We have a claim, and there's evidence we can actually look at for this claim. So Kent, do whales have things like tail flukes and dorsal fins and pectoral fins?
Yes, sir.
So please make him talk about
What
whale
about
penises
sharks?
again.
Yes, sir.
Godless
Do
engineer for the
hippopotamuses
win.
have those things?
Citation fucking needed.
They have some similar bone structure because it allows the different parts of their body to flex in the same way. That might be, the different phalanges and stuff like that. But
Hippos and whales.
I don't know if hippos.
Nice.
I don't know if sharks have a scapula. I never thought about that. But I think they have some similar design features.
Well, I was just talking about the hippos. So hippos, with regard to like the tail fluke, the dorsal fin, the pectoral fins, they don't have any of those things. Obviously, a hippo has bones. So does a whale.
Right.
So anyways, so why is it that whales have the same design as sharks, but their DNA says they're more similar to hippos?
Well, I don't know that it says that. The whale is incredibly complex. God created the whales according to my worldview, and I think they have a bone structure. I think they have fins. They have to do the same thing a shark has to do: swim through the water, raise and lower their depth
Why
through
do
the
they
water,
have a teeny tiny
navigate, turn,
little
chase
pelvis?
food, whatever they're doing.
Right. Why do they have vestigial legs?
But why is their
predator.
DNA more similar to a
Right.
hippo than a shark?
Please talk
Why
about
does
whale penises, please.
why does phylogenetics show us that whales are more related to hippopotamuses but their body design is in line with fish? So
When the whale and the shark live in the same environment and have the same...
yes, Anonymous Pie. So why give whales lungs rather than gills? Given the inefficiency of having
Yeah, sort
to
of blow
go
hole.
up and go up and breathe and then come back down, only be able to stay down, when being underwater the entire time like a fish, like a shark, is so much more effective, despite the fact that the shark has to expend energy constantly in motion to move water past its gills. So it's kind of a trade-off there, But Anonymous Pie, great point out. And I see, Planet Peterson's engaging with Blessed Be. What are Peterson's credentials? What are Kent's? Kent's credentials? Was
None.
that The Big Short? Zero.
body organs, like structures.
Well, again, there would be several different ways to look at that. You would look at it as if they have to be related, and I would say, well, the same guy designed them. I'd be willing to bet all the Sikorsky helicopter and all the Huey helicopter and all the other helicopters have a lot of design.
Kent didn't teach science and math for 15 years. He taught he taught Sunday school. To be clear, he didn't teach school. He taught Sunday school.
You can teach people bad things, okay? Just because you're in a position where you can impart knowledge to other people on a regular basis, okay? A person who teaches things does not essentially you could say he did that, but if the stuff you're teaching is all bad and is logically fallacious, we would say that you are a bad teacher. So Kent was a bad teacher for 15 years.
And then he got his doctorate from
at a diploma
mill. Yeah. And I don't know if you've ever seen his dissertation, but hi, my name is Ken Hovind. All dissertations start out that way, of course, naturally.
And Planet Beta says, no, he taught religion. I have 2 real degrees and taught real science for 10 years. And if you look at that, not only is Eric, trouncing Kent's ass here, the same thing goes for Professor Dave. Professor Dave did the exact same thing and wrecked his ass and got him into all of these different areas that Kent did not want to talk about. It's it's virtually only I'm digging because Professor Dave's a little bit more caustic at times, which makes it sometimes really, really funny. I like Eric's kind of laid back approach, just being like,
his like space for give a shit is real short. It's just
oh yeah.
We went through this, that if the DNA code is designed and the DNA code is what creates these structures, then we would objectively be able to find evidence of common design with animals that have the same outward appearance of design. The evidence of that would be buried in the genetics. It's not, though. The whale shares vastly more genes with the hippo that has none of those features and lives on land compared with the shark. So this is a terrible failure.
Was that a question? I didn't hear.
Well, it was just it was an explanation of the line of questioning here. So I'll just ask it again. Why is it that the DNA code, which we went over, is designed and would reveal evidence of design, shows that the whale and the thing it's more similar to, the design evidence just evaporates when we look at the DNA, which is also supposed to be designed?
I don't know that it evaporates. I think there's quite a few similarities still between a shark and a whale. Okay, I think
there's so much more between the whale and the hippo.
Yeah,
I've never studied those DNA codes of any of those creatures. Okay, but if we find some similarities or differences that would not lead to the absolute sure conclusion that he's guilty, there is no God and it happened by chance, and Charlie Darwin's the winner, I think you're coming to a vastly wrong conclusion. If there are some similarities,
I never said God doesn't exist.
Okay. If there are similarities between the DNA code of a whale and a hippo, but they both breathe air, maybe they have to have some lines of code for that. The sharks, as opposed to, don't have gills. Sharks have gills; they can breathe underwater, where whales don't. So I think that the DNA code is incredibly complex. I'd be willing to bet $5 if we took the lines of code necessary to make a battleship and compared it to the lines of code necessary to make a helicopter, we'd find quite a few identical lines of code.
I wouldn't think so.
What the hell is he talking about?
And there is no code for a battleship. What is he smoking?
I don't. That's
unhinged.
Fluffy Atheist course is, if I ever get into a game of intellectual dodgeball, I want Kent on my team. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, Colorado Biker points out, but they all still metabolize oxygen. That's true. Whales simply take it from the atmosphere, whereas fish and sharks diffuse it from the water around them. So
identical. It doesn't prove a relationship. That's the way it has to be designed. It's a design feature.
Okay. I mean, we could go into that more, but I have a lot more questions, and I don't want to run out of time. How many animals do you think were on the Ark?
Oh,
2 of each kind.
And then there's like 7 pairs of some of the other ones, right?
7 of some, right? Yeah.
Okay, so how many animals do you think that would be?
The current wild guess by a group called the Bearmanology website. Bearman means kind in Hebrew. They claim there are probably about 8,000 kinds of animals on the Ark. They have now diversified into the 167 varieties of ducks.
So they went through rapid
natural
evolution?
selection has caused.
yeah, it's like that. They'll try and counter like the evolution that we see, or the differentiation we see today, the speciation we see today, was a result of rapid evolution in between.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be like a new species, like every day or like several a day.
Yeah, it would be insane
to establish what we have.
And then they have to explain like, why don't we see that now? It's like, why isn't that? Because like what's stopping that from happening now? So either way, you're gonna wind up with an appeal to God magic, an appeal to magic or mystery.
I love
Noah's
Ark.
Handle cold weather better. Some can handle hot weather. Some like different environments.
Tickle my brain.
But it can only select from what's already available. So I think that I have no idea, but I would guess if I had to pick a number, I'd say probably 8,000 kinds of animals, and they have now diversified into maybe even there's no definition of species.
And we can even double that. We can more than double that, and just say there are like 20,000. Just to, if we want to be crazy about this. How long do you think it took those species that were on the Ark to become we've documented well over 1.5 million species today. There's probably a lot more than that. But how long do you think it took them to become the millions of species we see today?
Does that millions of species today include all the fish? Because they didn't have to go on the Ark. Where'd you get that number from?
The vast majority of species we've documented are insects.
That's true.
Beetles. Lots and lots of beetles.
Insects, and plants. Specifically, if you want to talk about fungi, and fungi being one of the oldest organisms on the planet that still exists today. Yeah,
various amounts of ferns. Yeah.
So we can take the fish, and that's only going to be tens of thousands, maybe near 100,000. But sorry.
Well, God told Noah to bring those on land in whose nostrils is the breath of life. Insects don't have nostrils. They weren't on the ark either. They can survive on floating vegetation, floating carcasses. So of the land-dwelling, air-breathing animals, it would take probably about 8 or 10 or 20,000. But see, to say those 20,000 turned into let's pick a number and say there's even 500,000. And again, there's no definition of species. Okay?
Right,
but,
Ken, I hate to interrupt, but I only have so much time. So the question is, how long do you think it took those 8,000 species to turn into the many, many, many hundreds of thousands of species we see today?
4,400 years is what the Bible says what dates would be.
Okay, so why is it that a few thousand species can turn into millions of species in a short time, but the idea of that happening over hundreds of millions of years is somehow not possible?
Well, we cannot observe hundreds of millions of years, okay? And
the question is, why is it not possible?
Well, first of all, it's not possible.
Where is the logical contradiction?
There's lots of ways to prove the Earth cannot be that old. There's not this.
There is no way to prove that it cannot be that old. Not with the evidence that we have right now. That is a bald-faced lie. So,
debate tonight. I do that on my video number 1. It can't be billions of years old for lots of common sense reasons.
There's the DVD plug.
What we've seen is 167 varieties of ducks.
The question is, why is it not possible? Not what have we seen? Why would it be impossible?
Where is the logical contradiction? That's the key. And the logical contradiction that he has to appeal to is because the Bible doesn't say that. That's the logical that's where he thinks logical contradiction exists. But that obviously is him begging the question. So that's why it's not a logical contradiction, because he has to beg the question in order to assert.
What does God think about incest?
So,
that's always a really uncomfortable question that you have to ask theists.
I myself have seen Kent trapped on this before. I've seen Kent trapped on this before. Blessed Be says, I kind of agree with Kent. How can the Earth be that old is mind-boggling. Wait, it says, like, how can it be that old? Like, what's the logical contradiction in it not being that old?
Right.
The evidence shows us that it is that old. Evidence that we have independently confirmed from samples taken from the moon. Right. Okay. So, I mean, unless you want to deny the geologic law of superposition, and you want to deny, radio, like the demonstrable evidence of radiometric dating, specifically uranium lead dating, then, I mean, you'd be literally denying scientific laws at that point in order to denying the demonstrated reality in order to push this through. There is no problem with the Earth being that old, okay? Unless you want to show that that's just your incredulity speaking. If you want to say, like, it's mind-boggling, is that old? Well, yeah. Like 4 billion years old, 4.2 billion years old, it's a long time, okay? And it took a long time for life to get started, and it took even longer for it to get out of the, unicellular to multicellular features, because that required time. That's okay. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that, and there's no logical contradiction. So you'd have to show the logical contradiction there to make the statement that it is impossible. Because logical contradictions cannot exist, therefore it would be impossible. There you go.
4.6.
4.6 billion years old, yeah.
Well, there are barriers. There are certain barriers that animals reach a barrier, like the dogs. They got a 4.5-inch dog and a 44-inch dog.
Right. So when did a wolf give birth to a chihuahua?
You're not going to get a 5-mile tall dog or a 1/2-inch tall dog. There are 1/2-inch tall creatures, insects by the millions, okay? And you guys don't admit there are limits to the variation. That's why you live on a planet with imagination. You can imagine these little changes going forever. Well, you and SpongeBob can get a room together, but that's not science.
That's the differentiation between he's conflating artificial selection with natural selection. Right. So artificial selection is what we do to a particular species or to a particular like dogs. Yeah, that's artificial selection. That uses artificial selection would not be possible if we did not understand evolution. So what we do is that we utilize the truth of evolution in order to artificially select for particular traits. So that's that. That's what that, but it's still evolution. The differentiation being that natural selection would be things in the environment, random things that are occurring that will result in the entire population resulting in this. The whole reason is it's not like wolves. All of the wolves became like it's not like a portion of the population of wolves became dogs. Okay, it was like if you would say like the entire population of wolves became dogs and wolves went extinct, and then all of a sudden there was like a version of wolf, or like the opposite that was domesticated by humans. But no, humans took a portion of the population and artificially selected them into dogs. Okay, it's not like all of the wolves are gone. They're still wolves. But the common ancestor of all wolves and coyotes and all of them has been long extinct. Okay, we just took a portion of the population and then tinkered with it ourselves in order to make the breeds of dogs that we want today. All right, but wolves still exist.
Yep.
So but there in itself, artificial selection is a form of evolution. So
my chihuahua is under the table.
So again, why is it that we can just take one kind of animal that was on the ark or whatever? Like, why can one animal turn into the hundreds or maybe thousands of species of that animal that we can see?
No, Blessed Be says, will everything eventually decay into lead? How does that make sense? That is not what I said. I said uranium to lead dating.
Right.
Okay. Specifically, if I remember.
Eventually.
Yes.
Just that stuff.
Specifically, I talked about, specifically, I believe it's uranium-238. Someone correct me if I'm wrong in this. Uranium-238 to lead-204. Okay. Specifically, right. Uranium-238, I believe it's 238, but uranium isotopes decay into lead. They go through a number of stages where they eventually become lead. All right. So the question then is, how do we test for that? Well, we've found that zircon is an amazing mineral. Zircon crystals, when they form, okay, they attract uranium, or they attract uranium isotopes, and they repel lead isotopes during their formation. Okay, so when we find zircon crystals with lead inside of them, we know that that was a uranium isotope that was captured, and then during formation, and then it decayed inside the crystal itself where it could no longer escape. And if there is lead found inside zircon crystals, we can date how long, because in order to be lead there, it had to be uranium first, because it doesn't attract lead, it attracts uranium during its processing, during its formation. Zircon crystals containing lead isotopes were found in the samples taken from the Apollo lunar missions. That is how we independently confirmed the age of the Earth, by finding those same findings here on the planet, on Earth itself. So we took samples from the planet, and then we took samples from the moon, and they came back with the same results. So uranium to lead dating. So that's natural radiometric decay. Okay? Understood science. There you go. It's not about purification.
Right.
That's not what it is. Isotopes naturally decay. Uranium naturally decays into lead. That is its process.
It's not decay like it's dying. It's a decay as in it's losing.
Yeah, it's the release of energy. Yeah, the release of energy. As it releases energy, it decays and then eventually becomes lead. And that process takes about 4.2 billion years is the decay rate on uranium to lead. The process is about 4.2, which is where we get the age of the Earth. Right. Okay? So, to be perfectly clear, the age of the Earth could actually be older than what we understand, but it is at minimum 4.2 billion years old. At minimum, it is that old. Or
the half-life of uranium-238 is 4.5 billion years.
4.5 billion years. So there you go. The half-life of uranium is 4.5. So we know that just by virtue of uranium to lead dating, radiometric decay. That is irrefutable. Okay? Because we use the science to understand that in other fields to make predictions. Those predictions come true. So, like, for example, if the if the decay rate of uranium to lead is, or the decay rate of uranium is X, we can then utilize that to find other things like oil reserves. Okay. And we employ that. So basically we say, yeah, if the half-life is if X is true, then Y will be true. And Y is the prediction. The prediction then is we can find an oil deposit at this point. And so we go and we look there and we find the oil deposit, which then in turn confirms that the decay rate is accurate. So that's how that works, Blessed. Okay? That's how that works. That's how we age the Earth. You're right. I believe it's 230. It's either 238 or 234, but I believe it's 238 to lead 204. It's 238 to 204, as I'm pretty sure.
Aaron Reese can relate.
Is there a universe out there with only lead? The universe is the totality. The universe is literally the set of all things that exist. There's lead in the universe. When
stars die, when they're run out of fuel, they turn to lead essentially. So everything turns back to lead.
Today in just a couple thousand years, but more extreme changes are impossible.
Well, the science deals with what we can observe. We've observed humans being able to manipulate the gene code or selectively breed and develop new breeds of cows. There's a cow that gives 280 pounds of milk. Now, it wouldn't survive in nature. It survives in the barn, okay, when you bring the food to it and bring the water to it, but it can barely walk. So I think we've observed man can artificially select things and get quite a few strange varieties. They've now got over 330 some breeds of dogs, and most of them would not survive in the wild. So if you're talking about animals that are in the wild, these new species you're referring to, are they all living in colonies alive without man's assistance in the wild? Where'd you pick this number of millions of species? You're including insects, which you should not, because they didn't. It's just simply land-dwelling, air-breathing with nostrils. Read the Bible; it says that. But
so you think that there are hundreds of thousands of species of insects, and you think that although there was no dry land, they were flying around and didn't perish during the flood? That seems a little silly. I would like.
Correction. In the chat, who said it?
Stellar nucleosynthesis.
Left-handed Jedi said a star is dying when they produce iron in their cores.
Iron in their cores.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you for the correction.
And Bridge Device says, we've made progress. Blessed be he has now reached the alchemy phase. If we keep going, we might get to actual science by 2027.
It's a baby step.
I know, blessed be he. I mean, people may poke fun, try not to take offense at it. Yeah, I was like, but I mean, this is stuff, to be perfectly honest, I'm just going to be blunt with you. Mm-hmm. This is all stuff that we learned in junior high, high school, and in college. And the beautiful thing about high school and college, specifically college, is that in science courses, you get to do the work yourself. It's not like science professors. It's not like my evolutionary biology professor just said, this is what we believe. Now you believe it too. No, that's not what happened. Yeah. I've actually done experiments where I have pulled the DNA out of things, okay, utilizing chemistry. I have seen I have formulated phylogenetic trees. Okay, I have seen how genetic synthesis how genetic through the Human Genome Project, how genetic sequencing is done. I understand these topics. I'm not a teacher myself, but I'm not a teacher myself because I was never attracted to teaching in that respect. I mean, it takes a way better person than me, someone like Eric, to be a teacher, but I wanted to understand these things to make sure that I, wasn't screwing them up, and so that I understood, because I'm interested in what is true. And what is true? Truth is what is important to me. If you cannot demonstrate the truth of a thing, if the truth of a thing or the proposition that a thing is true is predicated solely upon your mind, and you cannot demonstrate that thing is true independent of your mind, that is deeply problematic. And I was tired of people asserting things to me that is true, that they were true, that they could not demonstrate they were true. They were really true because they felt that they were true, or they intuited it, or because their parents told them it was true, or because they were afraid of it being false. That's not a reason to hold things as true. That's intellectually dishonest. So that's an important point.
I'd like to get into that more later, but I know I'm almost out of time, so I want to try to get to my last question, if that's okay.
Got about 30 seconds, Eric.
If we go over by like a minute, is that okay?
Yeah. We're flowing good, so no problem.
That's okay with you too, Kent?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thanks. So humans, we have the gene for making vitamin C, but it doesn't work anymore. So why did God give us a genome that has dysfunctional parts?
Good point. Good question.
I have a car
Excellent
that the
question.
radio doesn't work anymore either, but I don't think Chevy
Not
made it that way. I
analogous.
think they made it to work, and it just something broke over time. I think we're looking at man today as a great grandson of the original. We're a copy off a copy off a copy. I think it's amazing anything still works with this incredibly complex gene code that you can pass on in an incredibly fun way to your next generation. So I think that's evidence of great design.
Okay, so this is also important. So Blessed Bee says, what's with all the decay and genetic entropy? So radioactive decay is just describing the loss of energy from an isotope. As the isotope produces energy, it decays. The energy level goes down, decays into other elements. That's all it is. Genetic, and let me explain. So I'm going to be very, very clear on this one because this one aggravates the living shit out of me. Genetic entropy is not a thing. Okay? John Sanford, who is a creationist and a young earth creationist at that. John Sanford, which shockingly is also a geneticist, who was actually instrumental in developing the gene gun, which is an actual revolutionary device that aided in targeted gene therapy. But he is also a young earth creationist. This just goes to show you that just because you're an expert in one field doesn't make you an expert in all fields.
And cognitive dissonance is a hell of a drug.
Yes. Now, genetic entropy is not a thing. Genetic entropy is an evangelical rebranding of the term error catastrophe. Okay? Which was a hypothesized thing in the 80s that was debunked. All right? So that's all it was. John Sanford is not great. John Sanford is a quack. John Sanford has been discredited from the scientific community because he plagiarized aspects of Motu Kimura's work, okay, and used them for his own, and then turned around and misrepresented him as well. Okay? He took the things in Kimura's work that worked and then used other stuff and misrepresented him in his own book. That's why John Sanford does not engage with the scientific community anymore, because he was essentially he was ousted when it was found out that he was wholly misappropriating the work of Motu Kimura, okay, who is a revolutionary evolutionary biologist, made huge breakthroughs, okay? So John Sanford is a quack. He rebranded error catastrophe, which was a debunked concept in the 80s, rebranded it as genetic entropy in order to try and push if the earth was this old, human beings would, if genetic mutation rates were what they are, then human beings would have long gone extinct. But yeah, we would no longer be able to breed, and we'd have long gone extinct. That's not how that works. He's a plagiarist, he is a thief, he is a liar, and he is a fucking quack. Okay, he's been disgraced for his behavior. So genetic entropy, not a thing, never was a thing, was only espoused by one person, and the entire scientific community basically launched against him because he was dishonest in what he did. Okay? That's all I've said. People who quote Sanford don't even know who Sanford was is really, really shocking to me.
Yeah, decay is just the term that we use for the loss of the electrons.
Yeah, loss of energy.
So it is a change in state. Yes, that is accurate.
That it doesn't work is evidence of great design. I would never intentionally build something that I know is going to break. So
and the question is, if your God that you're asserting is perfect, then how can a perfect thing make imperfect things? Because every action it does would be perfect by virtue of its perfect nature. It could not do something imperfectly. And if something can break or get better, it was never perfect. So if humans can be improved, they weren't perfect from the start. If humans can break, or if that flaw is possible, then they were never perfect from the start. If your God makes something that is imperfect, it itself cannot be perfect. So
I don't know if I agree with that. I think a perfect being can royally fuck something up if he wants to.
Well, how can it do that? How can it violate its own nature?
Because it's perfect. It can do what it wants.
but it can't violate its own nature. That would be a violation of the
That's
law of
its
identity.
own nature. It can violate something else's.
But that would be but it would by the act of creating would have to be perfect because it itself is perfect, meaning incapable of doing anything better.
Right. So if he wanted it to be perfectly fucked up, he could do that.
Touche! I like where you went with there. That's good. Perfectly fucked up. Yeah.
I'll be here all day.
that's fucking funny.
You've kind of sold your God out just now. Are you claiming that Adam and Eve could make vitamin C and now we can't?
I don't know. I never met them. I'm going to meet them one day, but I suspect that they soon
Not soon enough.
See,
is there any evidence that they could?
I don't know. They lived to be 900. Must have done something right.
So you have no idea?
I don't think anybody does. How could I know? How could I know if Adam and Eve could make vitamin C? How am I supposed to know something like that? Do you know?
I don't know. That's the problem with. Okay. Well, they certainly didn't exist, and that's the problem with your worldview. And that's what I talked about in my opening statement. We have either incredulity, or I don't know, or just nothing.
Hey, Raven Darkstar, good to see you. Blessed be he. Said this is really interesting. Just to point out, Blessed, we were talking about evolution. Then we got into and now we've completely jumped to cosmology and to a degree quantum mechanics. Right. All right. Jumping
in short, hot dense state, big expansion.
Right. So I do like the fact that you brought the state of the original, like the universe itself. The universe has always existed. Energy has always existed. Energy can either be created or destroyed. The energy was always there. The universe is a state of energy. Energy merely changes states.
Which actually disproves God, but we won't go there yet.
That's very simplistic in that terminology. I basically boiled it all down to a very simple thing. It's very, very reductive. But the point being that jumping from scientific topic to scientific topic to scientific topic does not prove your God. It is not evidence for a God. Your God could exist, and everything that we understand about science could be completely accurate. There's no logical contradiction there. It would simply mean that the Bible is wrong. That the Bible is just a product of human beings misinterpreting shit. Totally possible. Logical possibility.
And that God isn't all-powerful.
The problem here is you have to beg the question of the existence of your God before you can move forward with that hypothesis. You have to assume it exists in order to then interpret evidence through the lens of that existence. That's what's problematic. We don't beg the question of the existence of anything. We work with what we can demonstrate exists. And so if you have to predicate your position upon a logical fallacy, that is what is problematic. So that's why I always say, you can jump to every assignment. You can jump to abiogenesis, you can jump to evolutionary biology, you can jump to genetics, you can jump to, cosmology, astrophysics, quantum mechanics, whatever. Attacking those things or understanding those things is not evidence for a God. You have to demonstrate that your God exists first. Demonstrate it exists without begging the question, and that it is something that exists. When I say exists, which is an empirical claim, it's empirical in nature when you say a thing exists, that it has identity, it is distinguishable from things that are not itself, it has realness and substance, mind and context independent. If you can do that, you have a valid starting point. Until then, the God concept is nothing more than an abstract conceptualization in your mind that you are just working off of, that you are begging the question of. That's the important thing. So keep that in mind, dude. My dude, keep that in mind. No, I understand why you did. But the point is, doing that is not going to further the conversation. The only way to further the conversation is to demonstrate that your God exists. Because if it does, and that is a true proposition, I want to know that. All right?
Weird metaphors about cars with radios, I guess. So I went slightly over my time. We can pick up more of this later.
That's not evidence of God. That's just evidence that I am a product of the universe.
Fifis.
Yeah, that is evidence that I'm a product of the universe. Okay? The 5 basic elements that compose my DNA are prevalent throughout the cosmos. Life is just a product of the universe. That's what it is. That doesn't say a god, like Earl so succinctly said. That's your fifis. That's your feelings. Your feelings are irrelevant to the truth. Okay? We got to demonstrate it.
No worries. That was good. I liked the way that flowed and the fast-paced nature of it. So very good. A lot of fun. Now we're going to
I don't know how fun it was.
transition.
He's just
And a couple
basically
of those
I don't
points
know. I
you
don't
guys
know.
were
Refuse
talking
to
about at the end
engage.
there, Eric, like you said, you can pick up
straw
on
man
that
so.
after Kent's roughly 20 minutes now. So Kent, I'm going to reset the timer and you can lead the way for about 20 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. I shared, Eric, with you, let's see, 752, that many scientists quickly admit they do not know exactly what a species is. Would you please tell me, since the topic of the debate tonight is common descent the best explanation for the origin of species? Would you please tell me, what is a species exactly? Give me a foolproof, airtight definition of species.
Why does he think
well,
this
like
is...
you said, there are multiple definitions, and we do have demarcation problems. That is a real philosophical quandary. So the easiest explanation that's typically used in schools or whatever is a species is a group of animals that live in the same environment that can reproduce and produce fertile offspring. So you get weird exceptions to this, however, like lions and tigers. They can reproduce and produce a hybrid, although they don't live in the same environment. Now, typically those hybrids are sterile, but I have heard that they have successfully produced, I don't know what you would call it, viable, fertile, I guess, the lion-tiger hybrids. Hybridization is also common in the plant world as well. So plants that can be wildly different.
Please tell me he's going to bring. I'm making a prediction. Mustard plant. So the mustard plant, which has been diversified into I think 11 other plants. So yeah, but still all mustard plants. This is still all mustard plants.
Yeah.
Cauliflower. Make sure I didn't miss this.
Green.
So I didn't say every element in the universe is in us. I said the 5 basic elements that compose DNA. The DNA on this planet is composed of 5 basic elements. Those elements are prevalent throughout the universe.
Everywhere. Yeah.
Okay. And highly reactive with one another in specific environments. So there you go.
And we find amino acids and nucleotides on asteroids. So it happens just sort of everywhere.
Oh, Peter says, he doesn't mention the mustard plant, but he says, although I did think of it as I was saying hybridization. Yeah, I was thinking mustard plant's a perfect one. Yeah, that all the different varieties of mustard plant that we have created or that we have hybridized through selective breeding.
End up having some sort of hybrid compatibility.
Okay. Would you agree that the example you gave, the lion and the tiger, are both considered in the cat? We'll call it family, for lack of a better word.
Thanks, Phantom.
Kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. They're both in the cat family, right?
Yeah, the Felidae, I think that's a family, yeah.
Okay, I don't speak Latin, the dead language. So does that, because we can see the 2 in the cat family hybridize, does that make you believe that lions are related to potatoes?
So the way you would test that, because Darwin had this crazy idea that life has changed so much on our planet that, entire species become something different over time, which would imply, it wouldn't necessarily imply that there's one universal common ancestor, but that was the idea. And then later we figured out how to, that when animals or plants, whatever, when something reproduces, there's a hereditary molecule. We figured it out. It's DNA. So then in the 20th century, it was time to see if evolution would pass this test. If we can see that there is relatedness, and specifically a hierarchy of relatedness, mammals should share more genes in common with each other than they do with any other group of animals on the planet,
right?
So on and so forth. And that's exactly what happened. So do cats and potatoes share genes? Yes. Is that what it means to be related? Yes.
So you believe, for the record here, Your Honor, cats, the lion and the potato are related because they have they share some genes. Okay.
Scientifically, that's the only thing we know about genetics. What it tells us is relatedness. And you can tell how closely related something is by how much the genetics diverges. That's how you would do a paternity test. That's how you could tell to what degree your dog is like a purebred or a mutt or whatever. And it extends across species.
So is it even possible on planet Peterson that maybe the potato sends roots into the dirt and has to draw minerals out of the dirt? It has to have a code to tell it how to extract certain minerals to make a potato. And the lion has to eat certain things that contain the same minerals to build body parts that he needs. He has to, keep adding gas to the vehicle. Could it be that they both have a common need for certain minerals, and could their genetic code similarities be a result of a common need for something, or is ancestry the only way it could happen? They have to have
a relation.
It's
still a relation.
He's not addressing it. He's just basically saying, "Oh, I agree, but it's because of this." It's like,
right.
But that still begs the question, as Eric will probably.
He's really just being a contrarian at this point. It's like,
right, yeah.
But
my God,
pedantic semantics. It's just.
But you're not factoring my God into the explanation.
Share a great grandpa, or could it be the same designer made them to meet the same needs?
If life on this planet has a common ancestor deep in the past, then that means that there would be like whatever's conducive to life, whatever works well for life, the absorption of minerals. Like we have carbon-based life on this planet, not silicon-based life. It's been proposed that that's possible, but chemically speaking, perhaps carbon just simply is the best. And in the competitive environment of the biosphere and all these other geobiochemical cycles and interact.
By virtue of the fundamental forces, the weight and the atomic weight of carbon is extraordinarily reactive, and so thus carbon. You get the best reactions out of that, and so leading to like the synthesis of oxygen and other things that lead to that. But yeah, and oxygen's fantastic as a fuel source as well. So oxygen is a great energy source. So yeah, highly reactive elements. Thank you, fundamental forces of the universe.
Together, certain things are more conducive for life to other things. So that would carry across even vast stretches of time toward organisms. So if there are some things, like there aren't very many things that potatoes and cats have in common, but like the idea that it was a common designer that did it and that it's not just the rules of biology, I don't really see that at all, how the idea of the designer is the better explanation. Because that idea can't be tested in any way. It's just a declaration after we learned the facts of genetics. No creationist ever said, you know what? I bet we'll find a hereditary molecule and you'll be able to see all these crazy similarities.
Well, I disagree. I think it's been tested billions of times. They always plant potatoes and expect potatoes to grow. When they crossbreed cats, they expect cats to come out.
Yep, that's how evolution works too.
So I think you avoided my question.
Stupid argument about
is there any other
strawberry giving birth to a frog goes against evolution. It goes against the very laws of evolution. Like he's been told this ad nauseum, and at this point, it's just the grift. That's it. There's no excuse for it at this point. He's been told this so many times.
Let me see here. Blessed be says hybridization makes more sense if everything is in a fallen state. That assumes the fall. Like again, you're begging the question.
Yeah.
Okay. To be in a fallen state, that must be that we fell. That must be then it all goes back to the God existing. Demonstrate that God exists before you can make an assumption about something that requires the God to exist. If the God doesn't exist, then we are not in a fallen state. Okay? And things progress on naturally as they always do. That's not hard. You need to first demonstrate that the God exists before you can reference anything that necessitates the existence of the God in order to justify one of your conclusions. All right? So I think I explained that rather well in that one. Sometimes I get a little wordy, but there you have it. It's
we love verbose in this chat.
God exists. 2, fallen state. 3, this is the result. The problem is you need to demonstrate this one before you can use this to justify your conclusion. Okay? You need to start here first. Don't assume this exists and then move here and then jump to this one. No, you start there, demonstrate that God exists, then move forward from there.
Explanation for the potato and the cat having DNA structures that are identical, and some lines of code might be identical. Just like
only one explanation has any evidence, and that's the idea of evolution over time, because of what we learned about how genetics and inherited characteristics works and all that. The design thing, there's no, you can just say that after the fact. It could also be unicorn farts that just made it look that way. I can just declare that with no evidence and no explanatory mechanism, but I don't believe in things that there's no evidence for.
Your whole worldview is believing in things that there's no evidence for. There's no evidence for a cat ever producing anything other than a cat. There's no evidence for a potato.
It's an idiotic straw man of evolution. Evolutionists don't say that it works like Pokemon or something like that. Okay. I know that you know this because it's been told to you.
Oh, well, that doesn't mean I swallowed the garbage. Okay.
Well, it doesn't mean you understood it either, I guess.
Oh, I understand it. Yeah. Here's the chart.
No, because you ask horrible questions.
It's my turn to ask questions, Your Honor. Here is the chart used straight from the public school textbook, showing the butterfly has a common ancestor with a frog and a sunflower and a shark, and the ancestor was an amoeba. This is not science. You said it's evidence-based.
You're right. It isn't science.
For an amoeba ever producing anything other than another amoeba? Where's the evidence of an amoeba learning how to get wings and fly like a butterfly or swim in the water like a frog? Your chart shows that it happened. You want this to be taught to all the kids. All you have is imagination. See, just like I think God did it, made the similarity, you think, over time it did it. You're living in an imaginary world. Where's the evidence of an amoeba producing anything other than an amoeba?
It's not an amoeba. Amoebas didn't exist then. Amoebas that exist today did not exist, billions of years ago. But literally, phylogenetics. The very freaking tree you showed on your own screen, Kent, it's phylogenetics. This is not hard. Genomic sequencing that shows us the genetic overlap in varieties of species. We haven't sequenced them all, but we've sequenced a lot of them in order to create phylogenetic trees. Phylogenetics. That is the one big key, which he will use the evidence of, but not actually address the field, which is fucking hilarious to me. What did Planet says? Oh, okay.
They've tried in the laboratory. They can't make it happen. Where's your evidence to make?
Someone is not up to date on the planet simulator. Which is up to protocells at this point. So we have produced protocells by recreating specific elements, by utilizing certain conditions in the laboratory in the planet simulators. That was years ago. That's already been demonstrated in the lab. So we know that this process is possible. So.
Yeah, we made their little lipid, bilayers and all that kind of
shit.
stuff.
Want to pay for this chart to be taught to the kids? Show me the evidence of where it actually happened. An amoeba produced a non-amoeba. Show me the evidence.
Two problems. One, you're idiotic straw man. So here's like a family tree, right? So we have this generation, and then this generation, and then the one before it. So whatever. So if family tree, right? Can't this makes sense? This is just a clarification question.
Oh, I have a family tree. I had parents, probably you did too, and probably grandparents too.
Sure. When did the grandparents produce the grandchildren?
Well, this is a straw man you're bringing up here now.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. So, I'm not avoiding your question. I'm just explaining the folly of your logic. Grandparents don't produce grandchildren, but that's not what a tree like this or like the one you're showing us tells you. It just tells you what is related and to what degree those things are related. For example, right here where my finger is, these are more closely related than these over here. So the first problem is nobody ever said that amoebas produced humans or anything like that. That's not what your chart says. I know that this has been explained to you. I don't know why you continue to say it, but if you can understand that this chart doesn't mean that grandparents produce grandchildren, they produce offspring of their own that then go on to produce other offspring. Then there we go. Now, how do we tell the grandparents are related to their children? By testing their genes. And we've tested the genes of life on this planet. If no life on the planet outside of its own species or whatever had any genetic commonalities at all, if the correlation was 0, that would have been catastrophic for evolution. It would have completely collapsed. But that's exactly the opposite of what happened. We share more genes with other great apes than any other form of life. And then we share not as many, but more with other mammals than any other form of life. And then we share even fewer with, you go birds, reptiles, amphibians, whatever, all the way down to the plants. So.
Okay. You avoided my question. Where is the evidence?
No, I did not. It's in the genetics.
Okay. Your grandparents produced humans.
You literally answered it.
Those produced more humans.
Yep.
So I think if you trace your family tree back, you'd find they're all humans. This family tree that you want us to pay to teach to the kids in school shows an amoeba upside down. No, an amoeba turning into everything today. And you're saying we see evidence because they have similar code. The question is, just take step 1. I did not see your great-grandparents produce your grandparents, but I'd be willing to bet they were all human. Where is the evidence for an amoeba producing
great-grandparents did produce your grandparents.
They make baby amoebas all the time. They had an experiment where they take bacteria, 8-hour generation time. They get born, grow up, get married, have babies in 8 hours. And they've done that ongoing experiment for about 100 years now. And they get tens of thousands, maybe millions of generations of bacteria, and they never change to anything but a bacteria. But you want me to believe?
Kent has been shown this before. Yeah. When Grayson talked to him, he showed him evidence of when they did experiments with a single-celled organism that turned into a multicellular organism, and showed him that paper and showed him the evidence of one thing becoming a different kind of thing. It literally goes like straight through his head. It never settles.
And I'm not going to spoil it, but it'll be in there. We'll get there. I love that you brought that up, and I got to watch Grayson's interaction with him because I saw the thumbnails that he went there. And I was like, who would go there? It's like,
yeah,
gross.
Yeah, it's wonderful. It's really, really good.
Peterson says, notice how instead of asking questions, he asks a question, gives a sermon, then finishes with a different question. Agreed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Every time.
He's just burning time.
Peterson, that a bacteria or an amoeba could, over slow steps, because we can't see them, I think we can see all through human history. Humans make baby humans.
Oh, and by the way, blessed be he, this whole thing when he's talking about an amoeba becoming everything, that's not what evolution is claiming. That is not what evolutionary biologists claim. That's not what phylogenetics shows us. Amoebas that exist today are not amoebas that existed but then again, no amoebas existed, billions of years ago. The organism that existed then, okay, is what gave rise to the different, so there was an organism that gave rise, or you could say there's an organism that gave rise to the three different, the three different eukaryota, archaea, and bacteria. So there's 3 groupings there. Eukaryotes, which are us, bacteria, which are bacteria, and archaea, which are something else with another thing entirely. So of those 3, okay, those are the 3 that survived. There's a last universal common ancestor of eukaryotes. An amoeba is not a eukaryotic organism. Nope. Okay? It's a unicellular organism. So I believe that amoebas fall within archaea. Okay? So we are not, so those 2 things are completely down. There is likely an organism that unifies those 3. A proto unicellular organism that branched off into the 3 different groupings. I want to say kingdoms, but I think they're the kingdoms in that sense. But in that respect, that's where the 3 branch off of. He is conflating archaea with eukaryota. Okay, so he'd have to go back one step, saying that So there'd be a thing that amoebas came from and eukaryotes came from, but amoebas would not go to eukaryota.
Right. We've never been an amoeba.
We've never been an amoeba.
It's a fucking straw man. If a straw man had a straw man in hell, then this would be his argument. Like we've never been an amoeba ever. I don't know why he doesn't understand. Getting frustrated. Okay, continue.
Parents were human. Now, I asked you, where is the evidence of just a single step, the first step of the amoeba becoming non-amoeba?
Right.
Where's
I've answered that. It's in the genetics, but I'll do a better job of answering the question because you don't like my answer. The problem is it's so incredibly hard to address this without asking a question in return. But we agreed to the rules, so I will abide by the rules.
You can ask questions, but I think you're trying to avoid my question.
No, I'm not. So if it's okay with you, I'll do it. Do you think that evolutionary biologists think that the way evolution works is one day an animal gives birth to a completely different animal?
No, I've never said that either. You guys accused
Yes, you
me of
did.
that.
You said, when did an
all the
amoeba
fucking
produce
time,
a non-amoeba?
Okay,
That's exactly your claim.
He's really trying to
You're
gaslight
goofy
the
straw
whole-
man of
Yeah.
Like, internet. Jesus Christ. That's what we've heard from him for fucking decades now, is the same tired bullshit of a strawberry becoming a frog or whatever his
Same
usual shit
nonsense.
is. Yeah.
Yeah, Robin Webster says, PP, you did a great job. This is probably the best debate I've seen him in. You held it. Yeah, I would agree that Eric is holding his feet to the fire. He's not letting him wiggle away from questions that are hard. You know, either he knows the answer he's trying to dodge, or he doesn't know it. He's trying to sound like he's smart. So
At least he looks like you can tell he's like struggling. And my Schadenfreude is just really excited by that. So
Aaron Reese says, I think he realized that admitting a single-cell life form once existed that no longer exists in the modern world opens a door that he can't deal with. Agreed. Exactly. I would agree with that.
Evolution.
Okay, I'll try to make it real simple so you can follow it. Does this chart show the butterfly coming from the family tree root of an amoeba? Everything starts off as an amoeba. It starts at an amoeba. That's the family. The root of the whole tree is an amoeba.
No.
So somewhere along the line, it's not.
No, the amoeba is one of the branches at the base, but it doesn't tell you what the base organism is.
Okay. So was it a protozoa? Was it a single-celled creature of some kind?
A single-celled eukaryote, almost certainly, yeah.
Yeah, single-celled eukaryote.
Where is the scientific evidence of that first single-celled eukaryote producing offspring that were other than a single-celled eukaryote?
So there are things in the past that we will never see happen. The question is, can we gather evidence in favor of a conjecture? We can. It's in the fossil record and it's in the genetics. I'd rather save the fossil stuff for next time because I think that's part of the geologic column, if that's fine with you.
That's another big thing. They will be having another debate on another half of this, which is going to go into more territory, which the genetic column is, I think, the geologic column is going to be a part of that. I think going towards Noah's flood and shit like that. So so obviously they're going to get into areas like the heat problem and a number of the guts that Gibbon has brought up. But wasn't Peterson discussing just yesterday how people weren't calling him PP yet? Well, apparently they are. They did. So, what moron put a PhD or put a doctor in front of Kent's name when you get a PhD? He did, because when you're using StreamYard, you can make your own name. So he's the moron who put the doctor in front of his name. So Planet Peterson says, I prefer Big PP. I prefer Big PP. Makes sense.
Because I don't want to diverge down too many different paths, but
it's a good way to avoid my question for the fourth time.
Oh,
where is the evidence of an amoeba single-cell creature? So there's genetic evidence that an amoeba turned to a butterfly, and we should pay for this chart to be taught to the kids.
No.
So for the Brazilianth time, you can test if things are related by looking at the genetics, and we see a very perfect nested hierarchy of genetic similarities, genetic relatedness across organisms and across phyla, exactly what you would expect if evolution is true. So that is the evidence.
So because there are similarities in the DNA code,
predictive modeling is pretty much what it is. So like if the hypothesis is true, then we would expect to see this when we go looking for it, or if this happens, we expect to see this. Then
That's how scientific method works.
Yeah, our prediction comes true, which then validates our interpretation of the evidence. So we interpret the evidence, we form a hypothesis, we ask the question, we move forward, and then when the prediction comes true, that helps to interpret that. So just like the location of a Tiktaalik, the precise location of Tiktaalik was predicated on a bunch of multidisciplinary fields, multiple disciplines coming together and providing evidence and providing information. We say, if this information is true, if our interpretation of this is accurate, then if we go to X place on the planet at X point within the strata, we will find X organism. Okay, the prediction is that this organism existed and that it existed at this point, and we will find its fossils if it existed at this point in the geologic column. We go there, we dig, we find it. We wouldn't have been able to locate that fossil if the information supplied by the disciplines that inform evolution or evolutionary biology were false. That's how predictive modeling works. Okay? Predictive modeling, predictive and explanatory modeling, very, very important.
Therefore, one changed slowly over multiple millions of generations of slow steps into the butterfly. There are single-cell creatures with 16,000 DNA strands in them. 16,000 chromosomes in a single cell.
Okay. DNA gets duplicated. We know that.
Oh, and that's an amazing process. Woo-wee. And I mean, the way it has to split the DNA and one loops backwards and goes through the special machine that relines it with the new one. You should study how.
No, I mean like entire genes get duplicated. I don't mean the DNA double helix splits and gets replicated for mitosis, meiosis. Really I mean entire genes get.
Reverb twang. Oh, gross. And yes, welcome to the Church of Spanky. Church of Spanky on this Sunday. So thank you, Big PP, for your permission to do this. Thank you for your consent.
We have multiple copies of certain genes.
Right, and and that process happened with no designer. Nobody made it.
Correct.
Did somebody make the computer that you use?
Probably.
Did they write all the different lines of code to do all the different things computers do?
Probably.
Could any of those arise by random mutations and chance?
That's not how computers are done or are made. So I don't understand.
This is a false analogy.
They also don't reproduce.
If computers can't make themselves through mistakes and mutations, why would you think a butterfly with its incredibly complex DNA code can be a result of mutations over trillions of years from an amoeba?
That question doesn't make any sense.
Okay. So you observe this DNA similarity and conclude, without seeing it happen,
we don't need to conclude it to see it happen. It's to say that he's been asked this before.
Right.
If I'm on a jury,
don't ask him about endogenous retroviruses. His brain will literally explode.
If I'm on a jury in a fucking murder trial, I can use the evidence to determine guilt. I don't have. It's not like I'd be like, I didn't see him murder him, so not guilty. Right. Not the way it works. Okay, court of law, the fields of science. We can look at what we have today. We can utilize our understanding of it to make predictions. Okay, and then determine probabilistically states in the past. Okay, it's not difficult. The preponderance of evidence indicates, that's how evidence works. So it's not hard.
It must have happened in the past over millions of years. That's why I call it a religion. You believe that. You're welcome to believe it. I don't care what you believe. But quit calling it science. Science is what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. You can't do it. Get a bunch of back.
It's funny because of all the test and demonstrate, that would be the evidence that we're testing and formulating predictive models off of that inform. He just covered it. Saying that the things that go into science don't do what they do is fucking hilarious.
You can't observe the past, but you can make scientific tests of events that occurred in the past. This is how forensics is done, for example.
So you believe we should all be required to teach that this chart is actually science, the amoeba, slowly over billions of generations.
I'd say it's very reductive science.
New information to become a shark and a sunflower and a frog and a kangaroo and everything else. I object. That's not scientific. That's your belief.
Right. It isn't. It's not a fucking amoeba.
And it just keeps it's just him saying nah. It's just nuh-uh is his response. Yeah, nuh-uh is his response.
Oh, it's sorry, that's not my turn to ask questions.
Well, get an amoeba and do it again. Let me see it happen this time. Do it again.
You've been shown a single-celled organism becoming multicellular.
But there's like, get an amoeba, do it again.
Right.
Make an archaea, produce a eukaryote. It's
right.
It's just...
Why can it happen? Why do you believe it could happen long ago and far away, fairy tale style, but we can't make it happen today? They've been trying to get bacteria to change to something else, and they can't get it to work.
They're not.
So why should I believe it?
Because bacteria will only become other variations of bacteria, because that is the kingdom that they're in. We're in the kingdom of what is that? Oh, God damn it, son of a bitch! You know, I'm just gonna look at the term because I keep ignoring it, and I need to refresh myself. Bacteria, archaea, and eukarya are the 3 domains. Thank you, the domains of life. So the 3 domains: bacteria, archaea, and eukarya. We are eukarya. You're not going to get one. So please have your God so it again, please.
Happened in the past. How's a fossil going to show that?
So no evolutionary biologist thinks that evolution happens in this weird Pokemon sort of style that you've proposed. They propose instead that it is gradual changes over vast stretches of time. But like, for example, in order to go from single-celled to multi-celled eukaryotes, the idea that Lynn Margulis came up with of endosymbiosis was proposed. And then what did we find? That mitochondria, well, we already knew this, that mitochondria and chloroplasts, they have their own DNA. They make copies of themselves. The cell doesn't make, your cells don't make mitochondria. The mitochondria do binary fission, just like prokaryotes do. Maybe one day, a very long time ago, that sort of endosymbiotic relationship began. So that's a testable idea. And when we looked at the genetic composition of chloroplasts, we found it was remarkably similar to blue-green algae, exactly what you would expect. And then when we tested when we sequenced the genomes of mitochondria, we found it was remarkably similar to different types of prokaryotes. And we actually have now witnessed a new organelle, the nitroblast or something like that, a nitrogen-fixing organelle has now newly been identified to occur in some sort of plant cell, I believe it was. I don't remember exactly.
That makes sense.
Okay.
We have so much
you answered my question finally. Right. You answered by saying maybe a long time ago this happened.
Yeah,
it's a religion.
No, that's a hypothesis.
No, it's a yeah. Thank you. Okay, I was just going to say it's a hypothesis. You know, it's not being stated as absolute truth. Unlike what Kent is doing, stating that his God is an absolute fact that he cannot demonstrate to be true. We're not taking that leap.
And then we look for evidence.
Just admit, Eric. I believe it happened long ago and far away
because of the evidence. A belief that has zero supernatural appeals literally can't be a religion. So I know that even you get that. So I'm not going to address this religion thing again. It's too stupid to deserve any more attention.
You are unwilling to admit that you believe by faith.
Nope, evidence.
This happened in the past.
It's evidence.
You're just
afraid to
making
admit you
yourself
believe
look
it by faith.
stupid,
Then you're going to lose tax funding for your religion to be taught
This
in
is
schools.
bad.
We've gone over the evidence.
Your
so
God and your religion look like dog shit right now. It's not a good look.
And he's so fucking cocksure too.
Oh God, the condescension and the arrogance is vile. It's vile. It's nauseating, to be honest.
My conclusion is, could that same evidence be interpreted? Wow. Maybe the designer designed all these different life forms to live in the same environment, to use the same minerals out of the ground or the same gases out of the air, to do different things, respiration, cell duplication.
There's no evidence of that, though. It's just a claim. No evidence.
You missed my question.
It's just a claim.
Listen to the question.
Okay.
Could it be a designer did it that way?
Yes, but there's no evidence.
So yes, it could be that a designer did it.
Yes, but there's no evidence. it could
Can you
also
just give a
be
yes
it
or
could
no?
also be that a different God that isn't the one you believe in made it that way.
Well,
There's
we're
no
not
evidence
arguing
of that
God
either.
did it. Right.
Yeah.
I would say if I was to analyze the data, the lines of code to make Microsoft PowerPoint, and examine the lines of code to examine Microsoft Word, I
Round
would
and
find
round and
millions of
round we
identical lines
go.
of code. I would therefore conclude they got to be related. One made the
Disanalogous.
other. They both came from Morse code. No, the same guys wrote the code would be another logical conclusion. So you're unable to.
Yes, we brought that up. Yeah, like it's been pointed out numerous times. It's literally he's just a silent concession of the failure of his own position, is all that is. And Planet Peter says the hilarious irony is that Kent is saying evolution is a religion, and which makes it a stupid belief. So religions are stupid, Christianity is stupid. Congrats, Kent. Yes. So like
Exactly.
self-own. Well done.
Every time when
Silent concession of the weakness and
Christians do
failure
this.
of their own position. Yeah.
Yes, when Christians do this, it's so frustrating. And then when you point it out to them and then watch the little brain melt, it's like, really?
To admit or realize that there might have been a designer who did it for a reason. We may not even know the reason yet.
Yeah, the problem is you don't have any evidence or a working hypothesis. You hijacked the scientific data after the fact. After all this was learned, you and I are lucky enough to live when we do now, and we know so much. You took all the evidence and after the fact said, this is how my God did. I did this in my opening statement, and I think maybe I'm a prophet because you're just living up to exactly the caricature of yourself that I drew up at the beginning.
Okay, well, I believe by faith that this book I'm holding right here is true. And it says they will bring forth after their kind, after their kind, after their kind, after their kind of every sort. This is all that's ever been seen. Now, Charlie Darwin wrote a book, The Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection or the Preservation of Favored Races and the Struggle for Life. Do you think all the species, Charlie Darwin envisioned all the species changing into what at least, no matter which definition of species you use, a butterfly is a different species than a sunflower. So, but you believe it?
No, I think Kent looked like he hit the wrong button. But I will say, as we wait for him to come back,
how were we on time on there? It had to have been getting close.
Yeah, you know what? We just hit 21 minutes, a little bit over.
Okay.
And so
good. So he's done. Fantastic.
21 minutes each. And so
sure. If he wants to ask like one more question when he comes back, because I did that, I'm fine with that.
Oh, so Eric said you can just skip like 2 minutes.
We'll do one final question.
Okay, in your evolution. Okay, in
biology, and with that, Kent is back. Kent, let's do this before we lost you. I was just going to say we just hit.
Yeah, so he doesn't really. Let's see.
He got mad at me asking it like that. Are there any rules? Where do standards come from? Is there? How do you tell right from wrong?
He's going into the moral argument, which is completely irrelevant and it's just a straw man. Yeah, it's just bullshit.
I'm losing, so I'm flailing.
Yeah. All right, so Spanky banished him to the Shadow Realm. Dig it. Ravendar says, well, where's PhD Tony? I don't know where Tony is. Tony might be busy doing sciencey stuff because Tony is a legitimate scientist. So, yeah. Let me see here. So I think we've got through his 20 minutes. I think we're good there. Hey, Eric, out of curiosity, because we've been going for a clip, do you think this moment is actually really wholesome because Donnie moderates Kent and says, let's get back on topic? Oh, interesting.
In your worldview, is it okay for a boy to change to a girl like 57 genders? I mean, this is not just, this is what the evolution theory leads to. Is there a standard like thou shalt not? Is it okay to go next door and kill your neighbor's baby and eat it? Is there anything? How do you?
If God told you to do it, then you would say it's okay. So don't come to me with your precious standards. And this has nothing to do with evolution.
Okay, in your evolution worldview.
Man, spicy. I love it. I'm loving the spice. We are not worthy. We are not worthy.
That was nice. Well done. Well done.
That's some big PP energy right there.
That's big PP energy. Get wrecked, nerd.
how do you tell what is right or wrong to do in society?
I don't think that you would use evolution to do that, just like I wouldn't use my car to play basketball.
Wow, that's a stretch. Okay.
It's really not a stretch. How do you use the Bible to do math?
You don't use faith to do epistemology. Faith is not an epistemological tool. That's the whole key right there. Is like you're using the wrong tool to do that. You're using a tool to do the wrong task.
Right.
Okay.
Irrelevant question. See?
Well, is it wrong for a human to go next door and kill the neighbor's baby and eat it? And if
subjectively,
it's wrong, subjectively
to us, to our society, yes. Subjectively, yes.
This has nothing to do with evolution.
I'm going to jump in, guys.
Okay, go ahead.
Perhaps since we do just have 20 minutes left, let's focus as much as we can on the common descent question. I do understand the importance of the morality topic, but with only 20 minutes left,
it's like a baby arm holding an apple.
Let's do this. Let's consider that our 2 rounds complete. You both had about 22 minutes each to ask questions, and I enjoyed the fast-paced nature of it. I think you both did a good job keeping it engaging. So with 20 more final minutes, let's do this. Since
it always reminds me of Snowpiercer, fucking of Chris Evans. It was delicious, like, and I ate it. It was delicious. It's like baby so delicious.
I love that.
Bad Bastard is the comedic version of that. Chris Evans' Snowpiercer is the dramatic version of that. It's like, babies, the other white man.
Get in my belly.
And I'll take your baby.
Kent asked the last question. Eric, let's give you the floor. You are in the affirmative. So let's have you pick the next topic pertaining to common descent. Go ahead.
Oh, I mean, I just figured we'd probably just do more questions back.
So Tones overthinks it. Ooh, I know how we use the Bible to do math. Question: if Jesus has 5 loaves of bread and 3 fish, how many people can he feed? Answer: yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Tones. It's so good to see you, bud. Thank you so much. I love having you in the chat.
Back and forth, but instead of like Kent's not allowed to ask any questions, it's
right,
a little bit more
organic,
of a free for all. Yeah,
let's do that.
That's fine with me. Let's see.
You are far more generous than I would have been.
Kent, do you have an explanation for?
That's the beautiful thing. Eric subtly gives him just enough rope to hang himself, and he does that by keeping him on point. So essentially letting himself destruct, and he just has to. He just has to say, "Here's the gas, here's the matches," and just watch him do what he does.
The verbal diarrhea, just
exactly.
Yeah.
I'm reminded of the Harris Trump debate, because Kamala did just that. Just like give you a little rope. You know, it's like
talk about your crowd size and just let it happen.
Wind him up, watch him run. You know, watch him go. Tone says, I'm glad to finally make it to one of these. Need a break from watching frauditors pepper spray old people and film children. Oh, I get you, bud. I totally get you. This was Eric. This Planet Peterson, Channel Planet Peterson, his debate against Kent Hovind. I've never debated Hovind. I've never gotten, my atheist, the Whackin' Atheist. I've never been on that or like that. But I'm sure that Eric will be appearing on Whackin' Atheist Wednesday. I have no doubt about that. So it should be entertaining.
He rage quits.
Why did God design animals that live full time in the water, such as dolphins?
Oh. Yes, Planet Peterson did engage with Darth Dawkins, and Darth tried to do his usual bullshit stick like that. But it was when Eric was doing his TikTok deal. Darth came in, they started talking. Darth tried to do his deal, and Eric was keeping his feet to the fire. He was like, pin him to the position. Dark spurred out like he always does, and eventually just rage quit, claiming that he was the victim.
Such a child. Yeah. He's just
classic, classic Darth.
An arrogant, spiteful man-child. I cannot stand that man.
Yeah. It's called Darth Dawkins forfeits the debate, which he absolutely did. Yeah.
To breathe air when other marine animals like fish don't do that?
Oh, yeah. If I was God, I would design a wide variety of things just to make people who don't want to believe in me anyway figure out some way to get around believing in me. I think he did it to just those who hate him. Okay.
You can't hate what
like,
you don't believe in, Ken.
Evolution, like the evidence for evolution, was specifically done that way to deceive people, or to give people, or for people to justify their. It's
To
a
justify
literal deception
hatred.
to justify their
Right.
own hatred of God, which is
Right.
just
He would leave
Totally
traces
makes
that make
sense.
scratch their heads. Aha, I got
Sounds
it.
like a really
Probably
loving
just
God.
to make evolutionists have justified themselves for not believing. But I think dolphins enjoy the way they're made, and they seem to be smiling all the time. Watch Flipper. So
They
I
just
don't
like
think they would
fun.
complain about their design.
So you think the reason God made animals that live in the water, breathe air, is to make evolutionists say what?
Oh, it's kind of just a joke, I guess. I think there's people like you who they don't want to believe.
What's
no
your
matter
actual
what.
answer then?
I think they're designed for that. I think God made a wide variety of things.
You're
There's some
begging.
animals that
You're begging the question. You just I asked why did God design them that way, and you just said God designed them that way.
How can I possibly know that? Why did the
exactly? You have a useless worldview.
Why did the A10 Warthog designers design the cockpit to be off center from the center of the plane?
Not relevant.
Let the designers handle that. Okay, that's a problem they got to handle. My dad was an engineer, Caterpillar Tractor Company. They're always designing different things. I believe everything shows evidence of design. It sure works awfully well.
Except it doesn't.
Especially since we're who knows how many generations away from the original. So if some things no longer work, that's like a radio in my car doesn't work. That's okay. I don't care. So it doesn't prove it wasn't designed.
Understatement of
so
the
you
century.
jump to the conclusion that, wow, because something doesn't work, therefore nobody designed any of it.
I never said anything doesn't work. I just asked you, why do dolphins breathe air when fish don't breathe air? Why would God design them that way? And you said you don't know, and it's not possible to know because you can't comprehend what your designer does. Again, this is what I talked about in my opening statement, and everything I said is coming true.
Well, the difference is, I admit, I believe.
We call that a predictive model.
By faith, God designed it. You will not admit that you believe by faith the amoeba turned to the dolphin. Your chart shows the amoeba over millions of generations slowly turning to a dolphin.
Yeah, but that idea is testable, and we went over that. So are you conceding that you can give me zero reason to believe what you believe? Because by your own admission, it's incomprehensible and you can't explain it in any way?
I believe every living creature on the planet is so complex, even an amoeba, a mosquito, the whale, every living
way of
thing
saying yes.
is complex beyond our comprehension. It takes thousands of hours of study to just begin to understand how it works. To actually make one, I tell you what, get all the scientists in the world together, give them all the chemicals they want, all the elements, see if they can make a mosquito. They can't do it. They can't do it. The mosquitoes can make other mosquitoes.
Do you know
no
what an argument from incredulity is?
Yeah, you've been making them all night.
Yeah, no,
you just unironically made one. You said we don't know how to make life, therefore God made life. So you haven't given any evidence.
You said you don't know how life got started, but therefore it had to start over millions of years. You haven't given any evidence of how that happened either.
Yes, I have.
There's plenty of evidence.
Where's the evidence of life coming from non-living material?
Oh, well, that's not what evolution is. That's abiogenesis. But
okay,
that's an essential.
So I don't know if Blessed is still in the chat, but you notice how Kent is doing what you did in the chat. He gets cornered on one scientific field and immediately jumps to something else. Okay. So that's where he's stuck, and then he jumps. That is a common tactic. If you get hammered in one area and you have no place else to go, immediately jump to something that is either tangentially related or completely not related. Like he could have jumped to cosmology.
It always boils down to solipsism.
Yeah. So in that, exactly. Player says, "I know you are, but what am I?" Exactly. Still trying to drag it down to his level. But blessed be he. That's a really important point right there. It's like, because you did exactly what Kent is doing now. Okay, that tactic doesn't work. So address it head on. So Imran said, I at least challenge you on energy not being conserved at the cosmological scale. So, are you saying that there's a point where the first law of thermodynamics is not true? So energy can either be created or destroyed. The universe itself is energy. The universe has always existed. It just changes states. Okay, the expansion event, which led to the physical and the observable universe that we have right now, of which there is an origin point of observability, but not an origin point of existence. Okay, so the energy's always been there. So if you can demonstrate how, or a particular state in which the first law of thermodynamics is not true, then by all means, knock yourself out.
If so, the alternative explanation would be that life must be the product of miraculous creation, but there's literally nothing miraculous about life at all. When the DNA is copied, does a miracle occur? No, we understand scientifically how that happens. Does a miracle occur when the Krebs cycle happens and organisms phosphorylize ADP and extract energy, whatever? No miracle takes place. So on what grounds must I assume that the origins of a chemical process like life, a merely physical, non-miraculous chemical process, life, on what grounds must I assume that had miraculous origins when literally everything we know about it is non-miraculous? That's just not tenable. That's a really bad argument from incredulity and ignorance.
Okay. We understand how gasoline explodes if it's mixed with oxygen and gets a little spark to it. We understand how it gets into the piston and the piston pushes the piston down. If you have rings and valves, we understand how engines work.
This is completely not related. And I want to double check this real quick. So Planet P is talking about scientific laws as we understand that break down in the first few Planck seconds at the Planck event. True, but that doesn't leave room for God done. Exactly correct. That's exactly right. Now, but it is my understanding, as it has been explained to me, that while physics in and of itself, the laws of physics, do break down, as do our understanding of mathematics, do break down at that point the singularity, because variables all become infinite. It essentially becomes unquantifiable. So yes, that breakdown does occur. But as far as like the laws of thermodynamics, like the entropy states, and of course the conservation of energy, and the energy can be created or destroyed like that, I have not heard that those break down. That the energy itself is just transpositional, and so it just moves from state to state depending upon fluctuation pattern, or depending upon fluctuations in the quantum field. So that the energy is still conserved. The energy has always been there, will always be there, and has always been there. And that should be the position until it can be demonstrated that to be otherwise, or some other quantum effect that we know, because we have to, if we even have access to it in that respect. But that's my understanding, but I could be wrong. So let's see if we can find you may have information that I don't have there. So, but that's been my understanding. So,
therefore, nobody made the engine. Because we know how it worked. Nobody made the engine. Are you kidding? Nobody made it. We know how it works. That's your argument, and you don't even see it. You'll never admit it. You don't even see it.
No, your question was, is life the product of mere non-miraculous physical laws or whatever, which would be my worldview, a secular worldview, or was it done magically by a special creator? There's no evidence that it was done magically by a special creator. Even if
okay, so it says, if the universe was merely was a quantum state before inflation, then time as we understand it wasn't happening. So, as we understand in this, it's still temporal states. Obviously, if it's understood, if what we understand is currently true, and the whole like loop concept and how space-time is actually a quantum effect. And so, like the Einstein, like ERBs, connecting particles, is what results. Those loops are what space-time is composed of. And so, if space-time is a quantum effect, it's merely one effect of those quantum states. But that's space-time in and of itself, as by virtue of the inflation. But that doesn't say that time. It just always said that time, as we understand it, in this grounded in space-time, is not the same there. But it doesn't say that there is no temporal capacity or temporal aspect to that. Just that it is not quantifiable by the laws that we currently understand on this side of observability. Obviously, still no God, not room for a God done it. Yes, that's true. But I think that saying that like the going in, that's where the Christians go into terms like atemporal, like things being atemporally, which is contradictory. So, and I know it's like this gets all fuzzy and shit like that, but I still think that the energy is conserved. I think there's no reason to think that it wasn't. You know, this is we're way off in cosmology and quantum mechanics land. So
if I don't know how life was created, that doesn't mean that your argument is correct. This is just classic argument from ignorance and incredulity.
If I don't know who built the engine and I didn't see the engine get built, therefore I know how it works. I understand how compression works and a timing cycle and all that stuff and the valves and the valve lash and everything. I've done a lot of engine work. So therefore, because I understand how it works pretty well, nobody made it. That's your argument. My question was, can you make a mosquito? You can tell me how it works. You can tell me about the Krebs cycle, how it gets its energy, and you can tell me how it flies and how the muscles contract and how the ATP and all that stuff works. That's not telling me how it got there. You're avoiding the question completely. How did it originate? You are. You don't. I don't know how. If it's like saying I know how the engine works, therefore nobody made it. You know how life works. We know how we take gases out of the air and minerals out of the ground and synthesize it into our body cells. Yeah, we have a pretty good understanding of a lot of that stuff, but that doesn't explain the origin of it. You're avoiding it completely.
The origin would be complete. So if God created life on this planet, but billions of years ago, like I think, that wouldn't make evolution false. Everything we know about biological evolution would be true. Abiogenesis is a separate question. The evidence for evolution only points in one way. Now, for abiogenesis, I did go over this earlier. I don't know specifically how the very first living thing came into being, but that doesn't mean that your God did it. And there's no evidence that any God could have done it because we have no reason to assume that the process that produced organic life on this planet had to have been miraculous because there's no evidence of that. But also, nothing about life is miraculous. So there's no reason to assume it must have been the work of some being of infinite incomprehensibility.
Okay.
Yeah, just going all the way back to begging the question, where he's doing the same thing. And I'm assuming that that's what Kent does for pretty much the remainders. He's begging the question on this. I think Eric has cornered him on this. Planet Peterson, Eric, if you're still in the chat, let me know if because I really want to get to the Q&A because the Q&A is really solid when they start fielding questions from the audience, and I think that is really fantastic because I know it's coming up on it, and I think that that's an excellent place to really showcase his incredulity and shit like that. Because I'm pretty sure in this back and forth, he's just going to be begging the question the entire time, unless there's something special you'd like me to focus on or show, something that he did that he tragically did. But let me see here real quick. Although I'm curious as to what caused that reaction. Oh, there's something coming up you have to see. Oh, it's so bad. Okay. Hang on a sec. I just love that. Go back, see if okay.
How it got started with your worldview either. That's why you
Engines
avoid
can reproduce
that.
hot
There's
rods.
no evidence that life can come from non-living chemicals in a warm little pond someplace. This is a theory, a philosophy, a belief, a religion. There's no evidence.
It's not.
By
definition of what a religion is,
how
it's
the Chevy motor was made for my truck. I have no evidence. I didn't see it. I've been to Chevy. I worked at General Motors. I know how they go. I understand how they work. And you're telling me because I understand how life works.
We have video evidence. You can see one being made. This is the dumbest fucking shit.
There's no evidence that there was a designer.
There's no requirement for a designer to be. So when we have when we have questions that we don't have answers for yet, we search for the best explanation. And a magic explanation, I don't think is ever preferable to a natural explanation, but the natural explanation has a really massive burden of proof, and we don't have any working theories for abiogenesis or anything like that yet. But we take what we know about life, that all life shares genes, so that would point to a common ancestor, like a last universal common ancestor, whatever, a long time ago. And we know that life is made of ordinary chemicals. Like literally life is chemistry. So the idea that chemistry would beget life in the first place is really not very far-fetched. It's not
At all. Yeah,
religious in any way. It's
pretty simple. We are composed of basic
We-
elements. Those basic elements are prevalent in the universe. They're reactive with one another. So the question is, how did we go from the elements being there to the elements being in this
everything we do, everything involves chemistry.
And if blessed be he is still in there, such like that. The point is that we're not making an assumption of the existence of a thing in order to supply it to the explanation. We're simply saying, what do we have access to? What can we demonstrate exists? The elements exist. They exist in a preponderance throughout the universe. Those elements, in conjunction with one another, become highly reactive and do stuff in the appropriate conditions. We are composed of those things. There is some line of mechanistic explanation between the elements themselves, or you can even go back to stellar nuclear synthesis, when shit's birthed out of stars. You can go to that point, to the elements forming the DNA that composes us. That it's just there is a line. We don't have all the pieces solved, but we are getting there. That is origin of life research. That's abiogenesis, and it's a hypothesis, not a theory yet. So, Planet Peter says, "Okay, I was wrong. It's catastrophic error. It happens in the Q&A. I knew it was the Q&A. So I think we want to go to the Q&A. Let me see it real quick.
It's
a bunch of fossil birds. Yes, there's variations within the gene.
He's just repeating himself at this point.
For the evolution. They believe yes, there's variations within the gene. Hesperornis is in the world, matter or life came from, or energy.
He's
You want to just
literally
imagine,
going
we
through the
already
same
start with
fucking
that.
script.
This time there'll be more of a focus on
Geologic
the
column
fossil record
showdown, right?
and the geologic column. So big.
Big PP, let him know down in the chat when that's going to be, because I don't remember it off the top of my head, and I don't want to leave to go and find it. So when that debate's going to be, so that everybody knows.
Bigger picture questions there, and today we focused a lot on biology and genetics. So very good. Okay, let's get into some of these audience questions. We'll never be able to get through all of these, but we'll get through as many as we can. And it looks like we have a good mix of questions for the both of you, as we've had a good mix of views.
Yeah, they're talking about Hesperornis. They had a back and forth during the open. For any parts that I missed, you can definitely check it out over on Planet Peterson's channel. I wanted to get to the big hits on this one, so
in the chat tonight. So here we go. Whoever gets the question gets the last word. So, for example, first questions for you, Eric. We'll let you respond. Kent can respond as well. If he wants to rebut something like that, he can do so. And then we would just throw it back to you for the final word. Dustin Buck, $10 super chat. Appreciate the support. Here's the question. If genetic similarity is the way we prove relation, then why cannot a monkey's heart be used in a human's body if we are so closely related?
his reaction.
If humans come from Adam and Eve, then how come sometimes humans reject organs that are donated?
Right.
Like the idea that this was a gotcha is so preposterous. Human to human organ transplants don't always take because there are critical like antigen markers that our organs have on them, and your body can reject them. So this wouldn't prove that evolution is false.
Right.
Again, you could just turn this around and say Adam and Eve couldn't have existed. Humans can't be related because human organ transplants get rejected. Now that's a dumb argument, and that's the point. So,
first law of Petersonomics. There you go. It's the first law of Petersonomics. Big PP energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It has always existed and will always exist. And the entropy the second law of big PP-enomics refers to the destruction of the slow decay, or I would say the increase in entropy of Kent Hovind's state. Just
mind melt, for sure.
Not a great question.
Okay, thank you, Eric.
Not
Kent,
a great
over
question.
to you.
He evaded that one completely.
No, he didn't.
So yes, the idea of animals transplanting organs at all is pretty incredible. Takes a bunch of really intelligent doctors to do such a thing. Okay,
right? We can use pig
every
heart.
organ is so complex; it could not possibly have formed itself by chance. If there are similarities between the human heart and the monkey heart, and there probably are millions of similarities.
Future nightmares. Yeah, comment checkmate, Peters. Oh, hilarious.
I would say the same designer made them.
Yeah, it's
but I'm not requiring everybody teach for my theory or philosophy or religion.
Yes, you are.
Eric wants to require that everybody teach his humans and monkeys all came and are related to potatoes and
That's
all came
what
from an amoeba-like
reports
creature
with
over billions
reality,
of
Ken.
changes. That's not science. I've said that. I'll say it till I die. It's not science. It's a religious belief. He will never admit it.
Can't come soon
That is
enough.
because Ken is not interested in the truth.
Right.
Ken has no interest in what is true, only in what he wants to be true or what he believes validates himself. He
Kent
is
goes through
only
all of these debates going, yeah, no, 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 no.
It's pure
Everything.
narcissism. Yeah, it's just pure narcissism is all it is.
The hubris is unbelievable.
Thank you, Kent. Eric, you get the last word if you'd like it.
No, I mean, I answered the question. I addressed it. So, I mean, you could just say, if God intelligently designed these organs, then why don't they work? It's such a bad question.
Okay, thank you for the responses, Eric and Kent. Next question.
Oh, I would do that. Future Nightmare brings up, JL, you should debate Kent on the problem of evil. I would love to. The problem is that Kent's philosophical acumen is so limited that I predict that I would wind up having to explain virtually every single term I use. So, like what a true dichotomy is, or explain what various logical fallacies are, or explain logical contradictions and how, like that, or, whatever. And, like how the statement that the statement that something exists is one that's empirical in nature because existence entails specific attributes, specific things that can be demonstrated, like mind and content. I have to explain all this shit. I literally have to like go there with a copy of the SEP in hand to just and try to like break the shit down for him. Is like, because he wouldn't follow it. Like the reason I'm predicting that future is because of something that's coming up. Something that's coming up that I think is important. So
Aaron Reese has an excellent point.
Kent, the big kahuna created humans in big waves. His biggest blunder is about 153. Write that down for later. If you start running out of time, be sure to show it. 153. Gotcha. 1 hour 53:00. I've got it down. Excellent. And Tony's pretty sure pig hearts, or at least the valves, have been used in humans, and they have been. They have been for some time. Yes, they are. They are interchangeable. But a human being still has to go on anti-rejection medication and all kinds of to protect themselves from rejecting that, and then dying from the rejection. So insulin for pigs has been used to treat humans. True as well. Kent, you said, Aaron Ray said, I don't know. Kent is evil. It might provide expertise. True, it's possible. Yeah, he's a despicable son of a bitch.
Question is for you, Kent. Comes in from Mope 35.
Younger.
If it took just 400 years for I think he probably means 4,000 years for the thousands of species to emerge from only 8,000, why have they not observed to continue diversifying so fast for the past 100 years? Go ahead, Ken.
Well, I think it depends. You have to really define what you mean by some of the terms there, but I think we've seen that. Animal breeders, like cows, for instance, farmers have been able to selectively breed creatures and get whole new varieties within just a few hundred years. New different kinds of plants, like corn coming from maize. That was done because of farmers doing that over just a few hundred, if maybe 1,000 years or so. So we have developed lots of new varieties. Man has worked to develop them. Sometimes nature develops them by the climate. If it's too cold, only the dogs or animals with long, thick fur will survive. So there's natural selection and there's artificial selection. Both accomplish the same goal of creating.
I swear, this guy's got Irish demon tech. He does. He techs like ID does.
New varieties. I think I had a family, 4 generations of dog breeders. They were in my seminar one time.
Corn was domesticated 10,000 years ago. What the fuck is he talking about?
This was a great question that Kent did a great job of not answering. The implication is this would happen in nature, but somehow it just stopped happening for no reason whatsoever. Exactly. I believe someone brought it up earlier in the chat. Hyper evolution just suddenly ceasing. Like, why? Like, what's the mechanistic reason why hyper evolution would suddenly cease? Other than God just stopped it. It's like, just fill in the gap.
Our family, if you gave us just 5 or 6, I think, generic mutts, pick some mutts out of the dog pound, we could selectively breed from those mutts over 100 years and create every breed of dog today. We could make a Chihuahua and a Great Dane and everything in between.
It was one of the
So I
first
think
things that we
certainly
domesticated.
for
It's
it to
like
happen naturally.
Maize.
we domesticated corn for like 10,000 years. Like this is
I think I can't write. I always recall. Oh shit! Grown-ups. They pay with maize. I know Rob Schneider is a douche, but he's a friend of Adam Sandler's, and they work together well. But there's a deal where they go on about maize, and so it turns into a rhyming scheme, which is quite hilarious. It was funny to me. I love stupid comedy. Happy Gilmore's one of my favorite comedies. So
I like the Water Boy. That's the only Adam
Water
Sandler
Boy is good.
Bobby Boucher.
You sound like a big choo-choo train. Woo!
Because all these other movies are kind of mean-spirited in my opinion, but Waterboy is kind of sweet in a problematic kind of way.
And I like Billy Vicky Valancourt. She likes me back, and she showed me the movies,
The
and I like
movies.
it.
And I like those too.
Oh, love that. Remember that time Bobby Boucher came back at halftime and the Mud Dogs won a bourbon bowl? Yes! That is some fine quality H2O. I freaking love it, dude. And she showed me a movie, so I love those too. You see those sheets hanging over yonder? Those his bed sheets. You tell her about your little nighttime problem. Thank you, Mom. I'm gonna go kill myself now. But Mama said, "Well, Mama's so wrong again." No, Colonel Sanders, you're wrong. That's one of my favorites. No, Colonel Sanders, you're wrong.
She was so good in that movie.
Oh man, whew. Oh, Kathy Bates was a legend in that. The devil. Benjamin Franklin is the devil. I invented electricity.
I need to watch that movie again. It's been probably a decade since I've seen it.
The holy trinity of Adam Sandler golden age: Happy Gilmore, Waterboy, and The Wedding Singer. Yes, all three just fantastic. Then in Kent's mind, Little Nicky is a documentary. Get in the flask.
In 4,400 years since Noah's flood, not a problem for me. To believe all those dogs came from soup, which came from a dot of nothing exploding, that's a big problem for the evolution. They believe all the dogs came from a dot of nothing exploding. That's dumb.
Thank you, Kent. Eric, over to you.
Yeah, this is a really good question because this is where Kent's worldview becomes testable. We take the arithmetic of how long it's been since that event and how many species were on the ark and how many we have today, do some really simple division, and it would tell us, on average, this many new species should be popping out of animals and plants and whatever. Well, it'd just be animals, I guess, on the ark. But
virtually every
we should see this many per day.
Oh, it'd be
Why
insane.
don't we see that happening today? And I mean, Kent didn't even try to address that. He just said the Big Bang is false and evolution is false.
Okay, Kent, you get the last word.
I did address it. I said, and farmers do this all the time today. They create.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. So
they don't create multiple
this ink on paper
breeds of things in hours. Like it doesn't happen.
Yeah, because explain how something is designed.
You get the last word.
Looks like
both of you, there'll just be 2 responses. So let's have Kent start, then you can have the last word.
The Neanderthal chromosomes.
So
and these Q&As, if you want to listen to these, but there's a specific one that I want to get to because it goes to a question that I got.
$20
I think the best understanding of the.
And yes, please don't fault me for super chatting because this goes to my question. Yes, I did super chat money to Standing for Truth. I know there's the only way I could ensure that it would get read.
The whole
knowing.
I'm jumping ahead. Come on.
There
we go.
I still send super chats to Modern Day Debate. So
I think you're white.
I can't judge you.
I'm not brown, but the meteor samples if they contain these elements that you're saying that they
which they do, yes, like amino acids on meteorites, which we've confirmed. This shit happens in space all the time. Fuck,
All the time.
tryptophan is an amino acid that is vital for life, and we've literally found it in space. So,
and naps, vital for naps.
Jail's credibility is gone since he super chatted unsubbed. Click, did not like. So, you know, I wanted to test it. I wanted to see. Yeah.
And had it out there.
I don't know if you're a horror fan. Ew, meteor shit. Just thank you for the Creep Show reference. One of Stephen King's best performances. Meteor shit.
Did it pick it up on the way through the atmosphere? Did it pick it up when it hit the ground? Did it? You don't know that it started that way in outer space. Do you know that the meteor didn't start from the Earth with an explosion, a volcano, or even the fountains of the deep breaking open? What? We don't know those things, but I'm just saying, in a court of law, I don't think that would hold up as proof enough to convict somebody.
Break through the atmosphere.
There's a differentiation between meteorites, asteroids, and ejecta. So,
like,
the meteor contains the
you not know
elements
how
for DNA.
throwing rocks works? Like this.
It's like I substitute I reject your reality and substitute my own.
What this is an attempt to shift the goalpost to say, well,
it's not.
I don't know how life started here, so it must have been brought here from somewhere else. That's not an answer. That's shifting the goalpost.
I never made that claim. I don't believe in panspermia
I don't subscribe to it either myself. So
we finally found something we agree on.
No, that's Dookie.
I mean, we have found DNA separate from life. So, like you can claim, well,
we found building blocks.
The meteor actually started here on Earth and it went up and then
I believe in that part of the
Again, what if unicorn
not
farts?
That
is that the best explanation?
Fully intact. That's ridiculous.
I don't think so. So we'll just move on to the next one.
Okay, so this is a two-parter right here. Looks like it's one for you, one for Kent. Bridge the Divide, $5 super chat. Eric,
it's me.
Did you explain how CTVT debunks his kind assertion? And Kent, do you believe faith is an epistemological tool? Epistemology being, from my understanding, the study of how we know
study of how we know things.
Eric, do you know what CTVT is?
I do. Kent, do you know what CTVT is? Canine transmissible.
It's been 200 years ago that I heard about that, and I don't. Not something I can quickly call to mind. So I could look.
So I think in this part right here, my interpretation, and Eric would have a better stance on this. I don't believe that Kent knows what that is, or that he knew what that was. I think that CTVT, I think him just saying, oh, it's been so long since I've heard about it, but I probably forgot. So why don't you go ahead and tell me? That's just him saving. I figured that was him saving face. That's my interpretation. I could be wrong. He may recognize.
No, I totally agree with you. I think he's just like, oh yeah, of course I've heard of it at some point, but that's totally a lie. He has no idea what that is.
Yeah, I figured he was like no idea. Otherwise, he'd have some sense.
He's got the same look on his face that he did when Professor Dave brought up endogenous retroviruses. It's like no one's home.
Yeah. Okay, so Eric says, I've been told Mr. Anderson brought it up to him, which I wasn't aware of. I didn't see Mr. Anderson's interaction with him. If he did bring it up, that would be huge. So I don't know about that, but
he doesn't actually listen though. So it's
active listening is impossible. Yeah.
Right.
Look it up.
Sure. It never got brought up, but it's canine transmissible venereal tumor. So when you say dogs always produce dogs or whatever, a dog is not a unicellular parasite, right? But canine transmissible venereal tumor is. It's a cancerous tumor,
right?
That comes from dogs, but it's separate from the dogs. The chromosomes are so completely different. And because it's cancerous, it functions as a single-celled thing that just makes copies and it grows as this cancerous tissue.
So the key thing on that one is that cancer, when an individual gets cancer, the DNA of that cancer is themselves because it's their body producing the cancer.
Right.
So the cancer
it takes over your own cell to
exactly. So the cancer matches the host. In CTVT, that is a cancer that does not match the host. It is a canine. It is canine DNA. The cancer is DNA, or the cancer has canine DNA. So it is literally a canine that is not a canine, that is a cancer. Right. That's the kinds thing. Okay? CTVT is literally from dogs. Okay, and I believe the estimation by phylogenetics is that it came about 12,000 years ago. And so, but CTVT is literally dog that is not dog. And it subsists parasitically through sexual infection, through as an
Aaron
STD.
Reese in the chat with a savage burn, I must say.
Well, your mom managed. I don't know, Kate. Your mom managed to have you. Okay, so Anderson did make the CTVT argument with Hovind. Excellent, yeah.
Now it requires a host, but it's still a living thing. Any parasite is still a living thing, even though they can't exist without a host. So canine transmissible venereal tumor comes from dogs, but it isn't a dog.
Yeah.
So
its DNA is canine, but it itself is not a canine. So.
Okay, thank you, Eric. And then your question, Kent, about faith and epistemology.
Yes, this is it. Is faith an epistemological tool?
Is faith
Is faith a tool you use to confirm what you know? That's the key. Is it a tool for epistemology? I wanted to know if Kent actually understood that. Because if he does, then he knows that faith cannot be used to make knowledge statements. It can be used to make belief statements, but not knowledge statements. Because knowledge in and of itself is different from faith. So the understanding between gnosis and pistis, and not to do it's epistemologically useless. You've been saying it for years. Exactly. It's not an epistemological tool. So knowing the difference between, if he conflates gnosis and pistis, knowledge that you can demonstrate, knowledge you can demonstrate to be true between things that you intuit or feel or hope to be true. That's the differentiation between the two things. Yeah. Originally, ancient humans believed that things that were demonstrated to be true, that were true independent of minds, that the reason that they were true is because they were revealed to be true by gods. That's when humans pretty much thought gods were everywhere. Well, not all, it wasn't universal, but that's where gnosis comes from divinely revealed. Mm-hmm. Okay, because if it's true external of our minds, then that truth must be revealed by something. They assumed God's existed, so it was revealed by gods. That's what gnosis is. That's where you get like your Gnostic Christians, your really crazy Christians. Mm-hmm. Pistis is the stuff that comes from you.
Or you're really obnoxious atheists.
So pistis comes from a person, like what you hope or feel or wish or desire, those truths. So that's the differentiation. Yeah, but going back to that, if he thinks that pistis works to make Gnostic claims, to make knowledge claims, that's a fundamental failure in his worldview. If he thinks that that's how that works. So, and I wanted to test the waters to see what he said of that. Gnostis and pistis.
Yes, I think that we have a great deal of faith involved in a lot of things that we do research on. If I dig a hole in the ground, and like here in our gravel pit, we find gravel, sand, clay, gravel, sand, clay. We find a sequence all over the place.
That's not faith. That's confidence, which is evidence-based. So he's conflating confidence, he's conflating faith, which is feelings-based, with confidence, which is evidence-based, based on the probability. If I dig in a particular area and I pull up 10 feet of ground and I have this particular shit in the strata, if I have confidence that if I move 50 yards in any direction and I test the sample there, that I will likely have, the probability is high based upon how I know what I know about geology, that I will have virtually the same composition there. It's not guaranteed, but the probability is high. And then I can keep doing that over and over and over and over again. So he's conflating confidence and faith, which is a classic theist failure right there, in order to try and diminish probabilistic predictive modeling.
We find the same sequence all the way to North Carolina. Gravel, sand, clay, gravel, sand, clay. We have 7 layers of gravel here. I think by faith, I could move over 5 feet, dig another hole, and find the same thing.
That's not faith. That's confidence, because the evidence. So it's evidence-based, not faith. So.
No, I didn't dig the hole yet, but I think faith is part of science and learning. if we see two cars collide at a certain velocity and everybody dies, we could conclude if it happens again, the same thing would happen. But I didn't see it. I don't have to see it happen every time. I think, yeah. So if I understand the question right,
which you didn't. at least he concedes the possibility that he didn't understand the question, which is weird because I don't think that's a very difficult question. I don't think it's hard, But like I said, to answer Future's question there, I don't think he has the philosophical acumen to handle a problem of evil debate.
No,
I'm not trying to
he wouldn't agree to it anyway.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't.
I think that he knows that about himself, is that he has no, he doesn't have a good leg to stand on in debates like that. So he just saves face and just doesn't even bother to try.
Very similar to Darth Dawkins. Darth will not engage on, Gary will not engage on the Bible, and he will not engage with the tenets of his the tenets of his faith. He will only try to attack the philosophical underpinnings of non-belief, like the justification of non-belief or reasonable disbelief in that respect.
And call atheists all crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah. So he will not go into the tenets of his faith, because I mean that's where he'll really get schooled in those areas.
Oh yeah.
I don't think he's not prepared for it. And I'm not trying to tout myself up. I have my own formulated arguments here. I think I'm pretty good. I have yet to run into a theist that can respond to them without making without encountering some sort of logical fallacy. And, I myself would hammer the living shit out of Kent. I would, because I'm not, Planet Peterson has far more patience with his intellectual dishonesty and his incredulity than I do. I'll hammer the living fuck out of this man.
Yeah, legendary levels.
Yeah. That's why he's a teacher. Right. And I'm not.
Right.
Oh, haven't you figured out? Kent fears you. Maybe. I wouldn't assume that he knows me. He knows who I know. Matt Powell knows who the fuck I am. Mm-hmm. I know he does, but I don't think Kent does. So I don't think my channel's big enough for him to glom off of in order for Whack an Atheist or to bring me up. My channel's not large enough yet. I'm not over 10,000 subscribers. So maybe one day.
I think faith is important. Certainly, Eric demonstrated a lot of his faith tonight.
But it is not an epistemological tool. That's pretty much
somehow long ago and far away, a single-celled creature could learn how to do something that no single-celled creature today could do. He said, life originated only once, and it can't happen again. Well, that's great.
So, yeah. So
he's necessarily true.
He's completely gone off of it. He's completely gone off the question that I asked him. He didn't understand what it was, and that's why I was I just wanted to get to that. That Kent's lack of as bad as Kent is at science. Okay, and as dishonest as he is about science, I think he is even worse when it comes. Yeah, I think he's even worse when it comes to philosophy. Okay. When it comes to actual legitimate philosophy, he does not understand the differentiation between epistemology and ontology. He does not understand what logical fallacies are. He does not understand.
He doesn't even understand the nuances of his own Bible. I mean,
right. I don't think
he memorizes scripture, but I don't think that he actually understands any of it.
I don't even think he understands his own personal theory of truth. What does he subscribe to? I would predict that he's a correspondence theorist. That he appeals to the correspondence theory of truth. Maybe, and that's a serious, very loosely, maybe with a smattering of coherency. But I think he's a coherence because it's definitely not pragmatic or semantic or rhetorical or any of that nonsense. I think just like most people, he is a correspondence theorist. That's just me. So Planet Peter says, I mostly just didn't want to derail the debate and let it turn into, what about, exactly. Yeah, it just gets crazy. So I think it's good. I got to my question. There isn't much after that. And of course, the two of them will meet again.
Did we get to 153.00? Did we get to
153. One sec. 153. That's right. 153.00. One sec. There we go. Let's go here.
That's a belief.
There we go. We got you. Thank you. Thank you, Earl.
The amoeba slowly turned. Oh, I got it. Slowly turned into everything. this is not science. This whole chart is nothing but propaganda and religion. Even if it later is proven to be true, at this point in history, as of 2024, none of this has been proven. It's all speculation. This is a religious belief.
He didn't even know that we
religion
had
is-
sequenced
There's
DNA.
too many things in here I think need more explanation for the question to be any good. I don't know that it's biased. I think evolution is biased. His whole night now. We know evolution happened, so therefore, blah, blah, blah. I think teaching science is wonderful. I love science. I taught science 15 years. I'll take a quiz on anybody, against anybody on most of the facts of science. We know dogs produce dogs. We know that. We do not know dogs and potatoes are related. That's a religion. That's a belief. So solving problems, I think we should understand our world. I think the best understanding of the world is, wow, the best understanding of this pencil. Somebody had to design this. Who did it? Where? I don't know yet. I could find out probably, but I know somebody designed it. I don't think we didn't know all the things about the world, but I think I love studying the world. Taught it for years, and I love studying this world. It's amazing. I love studying.
Tones. He has 12% of an answer. Like, do you have an answer? I have an answer. What's your answer? I have 12% of an answer. 12% of an answer.
I have concepts of an answer.
He has 12% of a concept of an answer.
Anatomy and biology and physics. I love studying that stuff. And evolution has nothing to do with science. Nothing.
Thank you, Kent. Go ahead, Eric.
It was a remarkable shock to me that Kent said that in the future evolution might be proven to be true. I thought Kent would just forever and always proclaim that evolution is false, that we know it's false, and then it can't be true. So props to you, Kent, for that. The whole thing about I have to comment on this. Kent's phenomenally basic, rudimentary grasp of how science and English works is just incredible. The way you say that an if-then statement is circular reasoning, I have such secondhand embarrassment that you do that. Science is a way of doing things. It proposes hypotheses, and those hypotheses are like if-then statements. It's not stating the conclusion. You may believe that your hypothesis is true, but you have to test it. So you go out and look for the evidence. So if evolution is circular reasoning, then literally all forms of science are circular reasoning, according to Kent. If gravitational waves exist, then we should be able to build a LIGO detector and find them with the laser that shoots at perpendicular angles. Well, you're just begging the question. That's circular reasoning. I just need to point that out to the audience, how utterly ridiculous that is.
That was
Kent, go ahead. You can have the last word.
I didn't follow most of what he said. I don't think he did either.
Surprising.
English is hard.
Words are hard.
Words are hard.
So science is.
Oh, he just kind of trailed out.
Look up the definition of science. It's not a way of knowing. It's a knowing based on observation, experimentation.
That's how we determine what we know. That's what we determine knowledge. He's such a god. He's such an idiot. Oh, yes.
I can't imagine going through life being that profoundly stupid.
Right.
I just how do you put your pants on every day? Like I don't.
You wall yourself off in a compound where you
With
control
other
everything
people
with an
who
iron.
think
Yeah,
just like you. Yeah.
exactly. You form a cult and wall yourself off in a compound full of aluminum siding dinosaurs. That's how you do that.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Kent has concepts of an understanding of what science is. Yeah, concepts.
Yeah.
It's a way of doing things, not knowing. Yes, Kent is an idiot. So, I know there was some stuff that we jumped over because Kent has a tendency to like repeat the same shit over and over and over again and ramble on. It was pointless. I wanted to get because I never got the opportunity. I mean, I did eventually hear back from Taka, but we were so invested in this, there was no point in going over to Discord and doing that. We've been going for a little over 4 hours because I wanted to cover this. I covered the stuff that I wanted to cover, which was their back and forth bit of that. But Kent just basically falling apart exactly what we thought with some really, really solid, funny, with some funny ass moments from Eric. So if you have not subscribed to Planet Peterson, get your butts over there and check out his content. He has great interactions with people on TikTok And of course, I think on Discord occasionally he's on there as well. In the politics Discord channel, I've seen him pop over there as well. And so really great stuff. Planet Peterson does fantastic content. Thank you so much, Eric, for the permission to review this and check this out with me and Earl, so we can have this as a backup, because I didn't get to do the Discord thing. And but this was fantastic. And we got to the important parts and showcased just how intellectually dishonest, how just what a I want to do a Kamala Harris there. This dishonest
man,
man child, is what it is. But I think this was a perfect display of that. I think this one and the Professor Dave one. So Planet Peterson and Professor Dave Explains are both sides of the spectrum of how you can corner this big guy.
PP energy. Great.
Yes.
Big,
and
massive.
You can either crush him like Professor Dave did, or you could just give him enough rope tie and he'll do it himself to hang himself as PP did. Both different tactics, both equally hilarious and equally just, dumbfounded by how dumb this guy is, how literally dumb this guy is, and his cult nonsense. Yeah.
Yep.
So
and it's sad that like people have grown up listening to this idiot,
right,
as schooling, it's terrifying, really.
Yes, Raven says you could say it. Kent is a dumb shit. Yes, Kent is a
fuckwit,
dumb
is what he is.
Yes.
He's a grade A fuckwit. Yep.
Absolutely. So yeah, this has been fantastic. I think this was a lot of fun. I saw this debate. I wanted to review the link because I hadn't got a chance to watch the whole thing. Really good stuff. So well done, Planet Peterson, for wrecking that. I know that's not really a challenge, but well done for putting it out there. The more people that engage with these people who spread this kind of nonsense it's important, so that we don't allow that misinformation and craziness to start we try to limit the spread of that shit. And
your energy was good.
Energy was great. Yeah.
Way
better than me.
Yeah, the interaction was great. You really held him, like you said, held his feet to the fire. Forced him to answer some kind of answer. At least come to a recognition that with some of those questions and did a great job, excellent job.
Absolutely. So Earl, anything coming up on your end? What do you got going on your side? I know you got some stuff in the works. You've got to.
No, I have been laying low on YouTube for a little bit. Mostly just kind of hanging out in the live chats and getting into trouble.
I know something will. But I know something will cross your path eventually, and you'll snap on.
Oh no, totally. I've got a few things in the works with a couple of people.
Nice.
So we're still ironing out the details, but a couple months. I have a book I need to finish. I've got tie-dye I need to do. Busy woman. Teeth to clean. So many teeth. So little time.
Oh, Raven Dark says I miss my week in horror wrench jail. Oh, hint, hint, wink, wink. So I apologize about that. So yeah, I know the end of the missing mod. Earl looks beautiful as always. Very nice of you. I know it's a big shift. I know that the end of Week in Horror was a big thing, and I know that I know you were aware of I saw you popped in the podcast a number of times like that, but I'll just gotta go on it. I just gotta break down like that, and I was doing all the stuff that was behind the scenes, I was handling that. After 5 years of doing that, it takes a lot out of you. Balancing Bridge the Divide, the most exhausted I've ever been was balancing Bridge the Divide with Week in Horror and trying to do consistent content on both sides, especially when you got to watch a bunch of stuff, but at least with Week in Horror, it was scheduled out so I could watch those movies and have those movies down, which is a bit different than watching somebody's bad philosophical takes and breaking down responses to them, which is far more time intensive. So trying to balance the two was the most. There was a time when I was putting out stuff Week in Horror every week, which we never missed a week on, and then of course I was putting out 1 or 2 things a week over on Bridge the Divide, and I was the most tired I have ever been. So probably why I wasn't doing shit like
and your
working
content.
out.
I know you are a perfectionist when it comes to your
to
your videos. They're always just tight. They're perfect.
Oh, thank you.
My little Germanness just loves how like concise everything is. It just makes me so happy. But yeah, I know that takes a lot of work to make that happen.
It's just, a lot. I mean, I remember that because it would be a point whenever I was doing prep, and I was doing prep for season 5, and this is by the time I'd gotten good at it. I was generating all the thumbnails and generating the schedule, generating, like putting everything together, and doing all the social media posts for Twitter, for Facebook, and for Instagram. And so doing that, like, it took me 3 days to write and then transfer over and schedule like all the social media posts. And it took another 3 days solid of doing all of the thumbnails for the entire season. So I didn't have to worry them again. So it was literally 3 days straight, about 8 hours a day, so I would say about 24 hours of total work time in front of Premiere, just dropping elements and then writing stuff and just boom, 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 like that, then churn it out, resize it like this, put it over in the folder. And it was 52 thumbnails to get through the entire, so I didn't have to worry about them again. Then, of course, there's the social media post, which is usually 1 to 5 posts per day. So because it was movies that released and birthdays. And so birthdays and in memoriams, like people that we lost to remember them on their birthdays, stuff like that. So and doing all that takes its toll. I loved it. It was a blast, but I didn't have the energy to maintain Week in Horror and Bridge the Divide simultaneously to do all the background stuff. So I was like, you know what? We got to pull back. Season 5 is great. We end on a high note. 5 years is solid. I feel like, I made a good decision there for my health. I need time, focusing on me, So I pulled back from the content on my channel.
And there's so much less of you now.
I know. It's like, and that was because I pulled back from content on Bridge the Divide, focused solely on Week in Horror, which I compartmentalized. That allowed me free time to be able to focus on myself and realize that I wanted to do something about me. Because that takes time as well. So
get that big PP energy.
So I can get that big PP energy, I got to tap into that big PP energy. There's a guy with a big knife behind you. Yes, there is, Missing Mod, but he knows his place. His place is right there in the little cubby that I provided for him. Yeah, he knows.
I've got so much weird shit back there. I keep finding new stuff, and I just throw it back there. And just eventually, my hope. Yeah, that's so cool. I'm going to get a piece of art from Missing Mod, actually. She does the pour painting stuff, and she made a gorgeous one with all these little bubbles in it and stuff. Oh, it's so pretty. But yeah, I'm going to grab one of hers. But yeah, my hope at one point was going to be like, we would be on every week and I would just randomly like take something off the shelf or just shift something around, and whoever noticed it first would get like a gift card or something.
Aw.
I thought that would have been a good gimmick.
Nice. All right, but yeah, that's pretty much where we're at now that Week in Horror has concluded. All of the episodes are available on YouTube. They're also available on Spotify and where Google, Apple. If you want to go check it out, it's free to listen to. Just go. There's no subscriptions involved. You can go. You watch the live streams over on YouTube, or you can just listen to the audio over on the other channels, which is cool. But have fun with it. Enjoy it. It's there. It's 5 years of content. Yeah. 5 years, every single week. What is it like? 5 times 52. I
don't do math in public.
Right. So yeah, but it's hundreds of it's a few hundred hours of content that you can go listen to me and my filmmaker friends go on about horror movies.
It's a lot of fun.
They'll give you some movie selections to watch that week. If you want to see more horror films, we give you selections. Bad ones, good ones, whatever. It doesn't matter. We love them all. Not to mention
Raven. I'll have a whole new backdrop here in like 48 hours. Nice. So I'm
260.
I'm doing Baphomet.
260 episodes. 260 episodes, and each episode is 2 hours apiece. So, not to mention all of the Bloodbath debates and all of the After Darks and the Front Row series and all this stuff. And we currently have our short film 11 to 6 going through the festival circuit. And unfortunately, we did not get into Atlanta Film Festival, but we are in Chicago, which is fantastic, as well as Scream Fest out in LA, which is good. Still waiting to hear back from Colorado, from Telluride in Colorado, and of course, New York Horror Film Festival and Horror Fest International. We got stuff coming up. October is going to be a really, really hot month for us, for all of us behind the scenes. So really excited about that. But yeah. That's pretty much it. I have new content coming up on not on Week in Horror, but on Bridge the Divide. I have new stuff coming up. I'm going to try my hand at doing some freeform content when it's not a response, but more of my own work. So presenting that, I'm still trying to figure out how. So it's not just me talking at the camera and do like visual stuff. Like maybe we'll break out the blackboard and then go and I'll do stuff on the blackboard while you hear my audio in the background.
What's her name?
Maybe.
Is it Marsha Blackburn, who always has the in Congress? She's always got that white.
Right, yeah. But there's another channel, a guy who has shoulder length long hair, where he has like the black and he does like the drawings and
on YouTube.
Like,
I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember his name, but nonetheless, but yeah. So really, really good stuff. So I hope y'all dig it when it comes out. Look for those notifications. And so I think this has been great. We're right here at 2:00. We're going for 4.5 hours. I think this is a perfect place. So thank you so much, Earl, for coming out. I appreciate you hanging out with me. Absolutely. Anytime. Thank you, Eric, for letting us check out the debate and do a review of it. This was amazing. I've been your host, JL. This has been...
Smash that like button and all that good shit.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. It feels weird shilling for myself. But this has been Bridge the Divide. I know this is supposed to be the Stage of Reason. Stage of Reason will be back in October over on the Politics Discord. Link for the Politics Discord is down in the chat. We'll be back on topic now that I'm past the decompression phase of Week in Horror, and we'll be good to go back on a regular schedule. So thank you all so much for hanging out. This has been great. I've been your host, JL, and as always, be safe, be excellent to each other, and together we can bridge the divide. See ya.